don't stand for man, play that you vex. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them West ain't ready. Them West ain't ready. I voted for BLP. Them West ain't ready. Me and the BLP.
Good night, Carrington Village. Good night, Barbados Labour Party. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. Now, wherever you are in Carrington Village tonight and the surrounding areas, in the earshot of my voice, tonight, 48 hours away before we seal the fate of the Democratic Labour Party for good. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we got some of them that we can put out to pasture now for good. Those that came, destroyed this country, and then as if they were washed in the blood of the Lamb, all of a sudden they appear again. But tonight things are going to get hot in here. Things are going to get really, really hot in here. And we can deal with them one by one. And we don't need to litigate the case again or prosecute the Dems again tonight. But I am never going to let you forget how they left Barbados, what they did to this country, and how we had to come and fix it. It seems that every time the Democratic Labour Party comes to office in Barbados, they just destroy Barbados, and we just got to put it back together. They just got to put it back. We got to bring it back together. Because the Dems have never, ever run Barbados in any specific order that all of you can rely on and believe in. Every time the Dems come to office, and the second time since independence, 2018, we had to come and save Barbados all over again. So if you're here tonight and you are a supporter of the Democratic Labour Party, or you can hear me, you can hear my voice. If you come for the Dems or you want to vote for the Dems, you can go and vote for them, as their speaker said somewhere in St. Lucie. Go and vote for them on the 20th of January. But if you are a BLP supporter, go on the 19th and vote for me and Mottley and her entire team. Tonight's platform is mounted here in support of Marsha Caddle. Marsha Caddle, the duly elected representative for the constituency of St. Michael South Central. And I suspect that on May the 19th, Marsha Caddle will be returned as the duly elected representative in this constituency. And she deserves it. She deserves to be here. Because Marsha Caddle has always been here for you. Always been here for you. Marsha Caddle is running against a man who was a representative out here for 15 years in this constituency. And there's nothing in this constituency that represents that a man would have represented you for 15 long years. 15 long years, he disappeared for 3.5, and now he turned up again begging for your vote. He was one of the wrecking crew that did the job on Barbados. But I can deal with him as the night goes on. I can deal with him as the night goes on. We like to stick to our time. So I want tonight to bring to you our first speaker. This lady is the Minister of Education and Human Resource Development in Barbados. This particular lady has done the job in restoring the educational base of Barbados. The ladder that the Dems pull up, not kick down, because if you kick down a ladder, somebody can put it back up. But when we took office in May of 2018, we found a country in disarray, an economy in disarray. But one of the pillars and the planks on which we have built this society, education, was totally and completely destroyed. And what we had to do, apart from restoring free tuition fees at the tertiary level, not only at UE, SJPP, the Barbados Community College, had it not been for the visionary leadership of Mayor Amor Mottley, who was a former Minister of Education as well, Barbadians would have languished again. You would have had to have gone out and paid for your children, paid for your children's tertiary education. Everything that we are today, or most of we are today, better said, has been built on the planks of education and health. And these people kick down the ladder, then the other ones drag up the ladder once they got up, so everybody else can get a ladder again. But tonight, the lady that I'm bringing to you, she had a really serious job because she had to put education back together, not just reinstating the fees, but as she said the other night, whenever you talk about the infrastructure of the school system in Barbados, it had to be remade, it had to be restructured. And therefore, it's hard to talk about teachers and where they get paid and whatever else it is, but the structure, the infrastructure of the school system has got to be complete because you will not be able to get a teacher to teach. You will not be able to get a child to go to school. And then, of course, during COVID, children that cannot go to school and must be homeschooled, which means electronic devices, making sure that the curriculum is still followed. All the issues that we had to deal with, this lady dealt with. And I suspect that on January the 19th, she is going to be returned. She is going to be returned to the House of Assembly. A person for whom I have the greatest admiration. She comes from good political stock. And I want her to continue her work in the Parliament of Barbados and in the Cabinet of Mayor Mottley. So send Santia Bradshaw back to Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of Education of Barbados, Santia Bradshaw.
Are you ready? 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 When the roll is called up, I'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof, but if it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can call me by my name, I am ready to roll.
Good night. Good night to the good people of St. Michael's South Central. Good night, Barbados. Pleasant good night to all the people from St. Michael's South East. I want to tell you tonight, I've been on the ground the last few weeks, and I'm telling you, Barbadians are ready for an election, ready for a Barbados Labour Party victory on the 19th of January. I come here tonight to support a good friend and colleague, Marsha Caddle, your representative. And to say to you, the people of this constituency, that I can think of no good reason not to re-elect Marsha Caddle. I hear all kinds of people talking all kinds of things. But the one thing that is clear to me, because I have been directly impacted by this young lady's work in the Cabinet of Barbados, is that she is one of the hardest working members of the Barbados Labour Party team. And why do I say that? I say that because this young lady has come to public life a first-timer, was thrust into the bosom of having to deal with what has been one of the worst economic crises that Barbados has ever faced, and has risen to the occasion with the entire team, Strawn, Prime Minister, Ambassador Maskell and others, to be able to allow the Barbados economy to hold strain and to prevent us from what we all feared, which was a devaluation of the Barbados dollar. And I start here tonight because it is easy sometimes for people to forget that you are voting not just for an individual, but you are voting for a team of individuals in whose trust you are putting to be able to manage the affairs of this country. And when I ask myself, why would the people of this constituency vote for anybody else? I am at a loss. Because the person who runs against Marsha from the Democratic Labour Party administration was part and parcel of the very reason why many of you voted in 2018 to not only elect Marsha Caddle as your representative, but also to give across Barbados a 30-love majority. Sending a message to the people of this country and to the world that you had had enough of people in public life who did not subscribe to being accountable, who didn't subscribe to being transparent, that you were tired of people being accused of dipping their hands in the country's coppers, that you were tired of people dragging down the good name of Barbados. And the people of this constituency sent a very strong message to the rest of the country that you were not going to tolerate anybody either who has been accused of being part and parcel of any wrongdoing, or any person who is part of a team engaging in any wrongdoing. And I say to you tonight, this election is a very important one. It is important because just 3.5 years ago, you were being asked to take up the task of removing the Democratic Labour Party administration. Now you are being asked not to allow the Democratic Labour Party administration in this constituency to return to office. And I say to you tonight that give us the opportunity as a Barbados Labour Party administration to allow Marsha to continue the work that she has started in ensuring that we were able to access and to unlock much needed resources so that you can get the buses, the electric buses that we all enjoy. That the people in the countryside have had the benefit now of having access to water. Water that the Democratic Labour Party administration did not care about. And perhaps the one that should burn the souls of the people of this constituency is the fact that you had a representative who now comes to you again, who allowed the sewage to flow across the south coast of this island without any explanation to the people of this country as to why they allowed that to happen. Didn't care about the fact that there were ordinary Barbadians traversing those roads with sewage on them. He didn't care about the fact that there were tourists coming from across the seas and coming to this country to enjoy Barbados, but they were met on the south coast with sewage. And no matter how much we complained, no matter how many platforms we mounted, no matter how much we made our voices heard, Richard Seeley and the Democratic Labour Party ignored the people of this country and the ills that were being confronted by the people on the south coast of this island. And I say to you, it is not about what somebody has done for you. It is not about so much if you like the person. Politics is not about that anymore. It is also about being able to elect a government and a team of people who can get the job done and to be able to ensure that your future is safe and that the future of your children are also safe as well. Safety rests with the Barbados Labour Party. And if you take something as straightforward as education in this country, we've all grown up connecting education and free education in this country to the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow. But what is disturbing is that the Democratic Labour Party administration shifted so much away from the very principles and foundation upon which it was found when they sought to abolish access to tertiary education through the reduction of tuition, the elimination of tuition fees in this country. They did not care whether ordinary parents in Carrington Village children had the opportunity to go to the University of the West Indies. And they didn't care because many of them who had the opportunity to have free education or who have been given an opportunity to educate their own children would have had the resources to be able to do differently. They didn't care about you in this constituency and across Barbados. There were issues, yes, with the University of the West Indies, issues that could simply have been resolved by a proper examination of how money was being spent and how guidance could be given as to how resources could be spent better. But that was too much hard work for the members of the Democratic Labour Party administration. Too much hard work. Instead, they unceremoniously abandoned a policy that had seen men and women across this country being able to be educated, to be able to use education as a means of uplifting themselves and their families from poverty. It is a way of being able to rise up and to lift up yourselves. And that opportunity that had been given to people was taken away. They did not care whether or not mothers had to choose which child would go to university because they couldn't afford to send 2 or send 3. They didn't care whether mothers who were enrolled in the University of the West Indies and who had children going to the University of the West Indies would have to now choose which one would go, or whether one of them would have to stay at home or both would have to stay at home. I say to you tonight, the same Richard Seeley was a part of that administration, and he didn't put up his hand and say at any point in time that he had a problem with that. And we have come to office mindful of the fact that we saw over 50% in reduction of the persons who were able to be enrolled in the University of the West Indies. And we said even before we came to office that we were going to restore the payment of tuition fees for persons attending tertiary education. And we did just that. And now you will hear the Democratic Labour Party administration. I heard them on a platform the other night talking about all these projects and all these things that they have done in education. And I can't find them. I suspect they have taken the files with them because I can't find the things that they say that they did. And if you look at something as basic as curriculum reform in this country, there is a document, if you get the opportunity, go online and Google it. You will see that the last major curriculum reform in this country took place in 2000 when Prime Minister Mottley was the Minister of Education. 2000. And while there are still some elements that have evolved, the fact of the matter is that the last administration did not consider that institutions even like the Alma Paris Secondary School, which they closed, preventing young people who may not have been academically inclined, who didn't perform well in the common entrance examination. They didn't care that those students now would have nowhere to go, but instead scattered them across all of the various secondary schools without any support for them to be able to reach their full potential. And you all have to be reminded of these things because the Barbados Labour Party understands and it cares about the people of this country. And you will always hear us say that if we do not invest in education, then we are not investing in our people. And we have made it clear, we made it clear in 2018, we are going to open back the Alma Paris Secondary School. And I can say to you tonight, construction is ongoing. The renovations are ongoing at that school, which will become a technical and vocational institution to allow our young people who may not be academically inclined, but who you still have to work with, to be able to be their own men and women in this country and to feel as though they are part of the productivity of this island. That is the Barbados Labour Party way. So when they come to you, ask them why they closed the Alma Paris Secondary School. Ask them why they did no major curriculum reform. We have spent the last few years cleaning up the mess of the Democratic Labour Party administration, introducing for the first time things like financial literacy into our curriculum, making sure that we have invested in coding and robotics. For those who don't understand the terminology, it is simply getting our young people to think for themselves, to think of themselves as creators of technology and not persons who will only accept what somebody hands to them, coming from over and away, but actually being a part of trying to find the solutions to everyday problems in our country. And we've invested millions to ensure that not just a pilot program is done, but to ensure that every child from nursery through to tertiary education has the opportunity to take advantage of the coding and the robotics program. The only thing that has stopped us from accelerating even the specialist schools in this country has been COVID. But what have we done instead? We have made sure that we came in and we dealt with the infrastructure of the schools. Because as you heard Noel say earlier, you cannot send people into an institution that in many cases where they live is in a worse condition than where you are sending them to learn. And we believe that if at the end of the day your conditions may not be good at home, if you don't have conducive conditions to be able to learn, that when you go to school, that you must not be confronted with termite infestation and rat infestation and structural damage to schools that could endanger the lives of our people and our students. And so we had to come in, first of all, and repair a lot of the infrastructure within this country. We fixed schools like St. Giles. We've done the secondary schools, St. Michael's. We've focused on a number of institutions. Wilkie Cumberbatch is in its first phase. And we have one by one been addressing on a yearly basis, spending more money in 3.5 years than the Democratic Labour Party spent in the entire decade of their stewardship of this country. So when they tell you that the minister has presided over all of these challenges, well, the minister presided over the challenges that the Democratic Labour Party administration created. And we came to office to fix the problems that we found, and that is exactly what we have been doing. Because we understand that teachers are not going to be comfortable teaching in an environment in which they are concerned about environmental issues. You are not going to be comfortable sending your children to school in an environment where you are not sure if they are going to be endangered. We had issues at the Lawrence T. Gay Primary School, and we carried out so extensive work on that school, which had for many years been neglected. We invested in electrical upgrades across 7 primary schools in this first year, spending over $4.4 million to make sure that our schools and our classrooms in our schools are given the appropriate technology, that they are now in a better position when we return to school to be able to allow our teachers and our students to make use of the technology. You know, the sad thing about all of this is that as Minister of Education, I have discovered so many things that Prime Minister Mottley, as Minister of Education as she then was, carved out the mapping, the plan for what was to happen in education. This woman had a vision for what should happen for our children and our children's future. Perhaps she was too ahead of her time. And if there is one criticism that I will allow anybody to make, it is that she's been ahead of her time, and she continues to be ahead of her time. You can't fault her for that. But she's ahead of her time and trying to pull along all the rest of us as a country because she understands what it is for a country to be described as punching above its weight. She understands what it means that if you have your population educated and you do so in a way that they can punch above their weight, that you can put any Barbadian student anywhere in the world and they will succeed. She understands that it cannot be business as usual with an 11+ examination. And that is why the Barbados Labour Party has said that we will transition out of the 11+ examination. But things do not happen overnight. And things cannot happen overnight in a COVID environment, when we have been confronted with children out of school for such protracted periods. We cannot have a situation where, as minister and as a government, we cannot come and talk to the people of this country and take them along on the journey as to why something that has basically been entrenched in our system in the form of the common entrance examination is not the best fit for our people. Those who introduced it to us have long gone past it, because they recognize that what you have been doing is creating the inequalities in a system where some children who are not academic and do not perform well in their maths and their English are good and gifted with their hands. They're talented with music. But the society discards these children because they tell them that they didn't pass the common entrance examination. They didn't score over 60 or 70%. So they're now nobody. And we have created a system and a mindset that you have top schools and you have bottom schools. Or you have top schools and you have all the rest. And our young people have fed into that diet. And this Barbados Labour Party is simply saying to the country that we have had enough of that. That we are not allowing ourselves to be the best that we can be in not only being intellectual, but being intellectual in the skills and the vocational areas as well. And that is why we have started the process of improving the school plans with a view to being able to create the infrastructure that allows for us to have a number of specialist institutions, taking us away from this journey where we must put ourselves in a position that you are having your children choose the school they want to go to from the youngest age, when in truth and in fact the child may not have the ability to be able to keep up to the pace of the children in the institution for which you may want them to go. We have said we will deal with it, and we are clear and on record as to what we must do. But we also inherited a pandemic. And in a pandemic, when children who have had to stay home have not had access to technology, have not had the ability to have devices readily accessible, our attention has had to shift. And so we've had to deploy over 10,000 devices on one occasion, and then another 9,000 devices to be able to make sure that children could have access to technology so that they could stay in touch with their teachers and get a good education. So this is not a fast-paced educational transformation that we are going to do. We can talk pretty about the abolition of the common entrance examination, but we still must create the environment in which we lay the foundation for the infrastructural changes within our schools to take place. We must make sure that people buy into the changes as well. Because if you don't buy into it, your little boy and girl is going to believe that he is not good enough in this society and that he cannot rise to the top in this society because he doesn't have doctor or lawyer or engineer behind his name. That is not the Barbados Labour Party way, and it will never be the Barbados Labour Party way. So I say to you tonight that we will get our children back to school. We will make sure that our children are in school. And we've taken the opportunity over the past few weeks and months to make sure that we fine-tune all of the maintenance issues that are occurring in our school on a regular basis, so that when they return in a blended way, that the students and our teachers are a lot more comfortable within the school environment. That is our promise to the people of this country. So tonight, my job is simple. I implore the people of this constituency to vote for Marsha Caddle. Give us the person that we need in cabinet to help us to carry the heavy weight, to be at the forefront of negotiating on behalf of all of the ministries. Because Marsha has assisted us in education as well, in unlocking money from the IDB, which will now benefit the country and its students in relation to the next level of transformation of our specialist schools and our training for our teachers as well. So if you haven't seen Marsha, if you haven't heard Marsha, I say to you tonight, that young lady has been working and working in your name and the name of the people of this country. And I ask you, give her your support. Give the Barbados Labour Party your support on the 19th of January and give us the opportunity to be able to lead this country and manage the affairs of this country with a strong team, with the interests of the people of this country at heart always. I thank you and good night. God bless.
Never tap out. A lioness is on the rise. Don't ever have no doubt. When the roll is called up, we'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. But if it's required, we'll be on the front lane. You can
Barbados Labour Party, Carrington Village, you heard Santia Bradshaw. Give her another hand there for me. Girl, that lady that know what she's doing. They said, I said, the last time I was here, I said May the 19th. It is not May, it's January the 19th. I want the Dems to go on the 20th though and do what they have to do, because one man telling me, say, Lucy, go. He hope that they go on the 20th of January. Barbados Labour Party, you go on the 19th and make sure that Mayor Mottley and her team are returned to the Parliament of Barbados. Don't make no mistakes. It is the 19th of January. It is only now about 47 hours, 57 something minutes. Ain't got much time to go now. We are going to seal the fate of the Democratic Labour Party. But I want you to know this here. I don't know how in the space of just 3.5 short years, these people could have come back to you and expect that you would have forgotten everything that happened in Barbados when they were last in office. It is the most amazing thing for me. You know, Burgess is the most forgiving people in the world because they couldn't come at me. Very simple, they couldn't come at me. These people took Barbados to the lowest low. And I am not going back there with the Democratic Labour Party. Now, people tell me that you don't need to go over all of the issues that we inherited. But ladies and gentlemen, comrades, everybody in here shot, we must never forget what the Democratic Labour Party, Frondell Stewart and his people did to Barbados. Now let me put it this way straight. If you all want to go back to raw sewage running in the streets and you driving through it and walking through it, elect the Democratic Labour Party. We fixed that already. If you want to go back to not being able to receive your tax returns, you elect the Democratic Labour Party. We fixed that. If you want to go back to the days where you had to stand up in the bus stand or by a bus stop for hours and you don't know if a bus can come, you elect the Democratic Labour Party. We fixed that too. If you want to go back to the days where garbage is piled up outside your house and you will see a garbage truck for weeks and you don't know where a garbage can is coming from, where it's overflowing outside your house, you elect the Democratic Labour Party because we fixed that too. So it's very simple. If you want to go back to a stage where you are a civil servant and you don't get a salary increase for 10 years, you can elect the Democratic Labour Party. We fixed that too. And the night goes on. I could go on. I could go on and go on. And I can go on and tell you more. But at this time, it gives me more than the greatest of pleasure to invite to this podium a man whom I've known from since childhood. We went to the same primary school, was in the same class in primary school. I know he looked a lot younger than he does, but we were classmates in primary school. He is the Speaker of the House of Assembly of Barbados. He is also the representative for St. Michael's Central. And on January the 19th, he is going to be returned to the House of Assembly as the duly elected representative. Put all the other people out to pasture. The reverend that has been masquerading as the leader, the opposition leader, he's not done a good job. Give Arthur Holder all the worth, all the applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of our House and the man who keeps the House in order and make sure that our democracy is intact. Bring to the stage, Arthur Holder, my friend.
Serve me the country loyally. Leader of the BLP is the best for we, the best for we. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Me is the best, 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 best for Barbados. Barbados loves her, the whole world admires her. There's no one better, she's the perfect leader.
Good night, Barbados. Good night to the good people of St. Michael's South Central, and a special good night to the good people of St. Michael's Central. It is always a pleasure to be here to speak on behalf of my good friend Marsha Caddle, who was duly elected to Parliament on the 24th day of May 2018. I've come here tonight to speak in support for her and of her, and to tell you why, come January 19, 2022, you must re-elect her as your duly representative for this constituency. And there's some simple things that I want to speak to you tonight about. Since the 25th day of May 2018, Marsha has represented the interests of this community for the last 3 years and 6 months to the best of her ability. She has done that on behalf of the residents, the constituents of this good community. Where has Richard Seeley been for the last 3 years and 6 months? He has been in slumber, just like the former leader, for the past 3 years and 6 months. Then all of a sudden, Richard Seeley has resurrected himself. But you must ask yourself a number of questions. Where was Richard Seeley when the COVID pandemic hit this country? The people in St. Michael, South Central, in C? Where was Seeley when they had the freak storm? Nobody in C. Where was he when they had Hurricane Elsa? Nobody in C. These are the things that you must ask yourself. Why out of the blue this man has returned? Not to represent your interests, but to look for something for himself. And you must understand that. And there are a couple of things that I want to ask you. There's some new mantra that the Democratic Labour Party masquerading with, something called, I think, One Barbados. But you understand what One Barbados meant between 2008 and 2018? I can tell you what it meant between 2008 and 2018. It meant that working class and poor people children could not attend the university because they can pay the tuition fees. Richard Seeley was a member of cabinet at that time. If my memory serves me right, I believe that Richard Seeley was a beneficiary of the same free tertiary level education. But you know, when that was passed in May 2014, Richard Seeley and picky teeth. But I think you all know where he came from. So perhaps he could have paid the tuition fees so that Richard, in that period, didn't care nothing about winner out here, when the poor people and the working class people. What is there to say that Richard Seeley, who now come back, care anything about y'all? it is all about self-interest. But it isn't only about self-interest, you know. It is about something more important than self-interest. Richard knew, and the country knew, that the Democratic Labour Party ain't got no leader. None. So that Richard is vying for the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. And that is why he has re-emerged. That is why he has re-emerged. But you must ask him and all the other 4 members who now come back what they did to you between 2008 and 2018. How they represented your interests. And there are a lot of working class people in this country, middle class people in this country, who live in this constituency. When he come knocking at your door, ask him why he did not represent your interests. When I had to pay tuition fees, ask him that. Tell him do not come at your house if he can't explain that. It is as simple as that. We must never forget what the Democratic Labour Party did to us in those glorious period, as acclaimed by the former leader, Frondel Jerome Stewart. But then, let us examine that period and then examine the period of the Barbados Labour Party. See what we have done for this country in 3.5 years. Compare and contrast it with what they have done in 10 years. You all suffered under the rule and regime of the Democratic Labour Party. You compare your bills, they send home over 4,000 civil servants. They ain't do nothing to benefit you all. You know you can catch the bus, because they're in the buses. You can catch the bus because they're in the buses. Transmissions went missing. Bus went missing. They ain't buying the garbage trucks for you. You smell hell. And as the chairman said, you know they had travel advisories on the south coast of this country. I want to draw a real comparison. Since we came into office, we have done things on behalf of the poor people in this country. Done a lot of things to benefit poor people of this country. They said that we could not raise the pensions. They said we can raise old age pensions. But we did that. They said that we could not increase civil servant salary, but we did that. Good. We said that when we came into power, we would introduce legislation to benefit working class people in this country. I believe that on mornings, there are young ladies who vend right across here. There are vendors who occupy this premises just across here. The first thing that we did when we became a parliamentary republic is that we passed the Vending Act. This is a benefit to poor working class people. It allows you to go about your legitimate business without being harassed by the police. Remember, in the days of vending, the police can come if you don't have your permit, take up all your stuff, trade away, and you go and carry your court. I have represented persons who were moved off the swing bridge, charged, come to court, and fined $50. By so doing, they had a conviction, which meant that if you had a conviction, you can no longer obtain a permit to vend. So that from the time you have your conviction, your vending days are over. But what have we done for you? By Section 36 of that same act, we have automatically expunged the record of all persons who had a conviction from 1958, because the act passed in 1958. This is what this Barbados Labour Party has done to benefit working class and poor people. We are a government for poor people. And then there's another thing that you need to understand. When you go to vote on January the 19th, 2022, you're not only voting for Marsha Caddle as your representative, you are voting for someone to lead this country so that leadership matters. This election is about the leadership of this country. And you have to compare Mia Amor Mottley with the president of the Democratic Labour Party. Draw the comparison, my friends. Chalk and cheese. This great leader has been tried, tested, and proven. And not only that, an important element in a leader is someone that you can trust. That is most important. Why should you risk your future, your children's future, with someone that you cannot trust? Also examine the maturity of our leader. So it is crystal clear. It is crystal clear that a vote for Marsha Caddle, a vote for the members of the Barbados Labour Party, is a vote not only for democracy, it is a vote to ensure your future is taken care of. You also need to understand how we handle the pandemic. The great leader that she is was able to acquire certain things. You see how she repositioned Harrison Point in a hurry. These are things that you need to understand so that, my friends, simple, real simple on January 19th. And as I said last night, got to bed early on the night before the 19th. Get up early. Brush your teeth. You ain't want no breakfast. Put a little deodorant on your hand, because you're going to the polls early. When you come back from voting for Marsha Caddle, you can get your breakfast. So that I want to hear on January 19th, all I want to hear when the votes start to count, Marsha Caddle, Marsha Caddle, Marsha Caddle, Marsha Caddle. Ensure that you go to your numbers and elect someone who has always been there for you, who will continue to be there for you, who understand your interests and who represent your interests. Good night. God bless you all.
From the speaker, Arthur Holder, give him a hand. I hope that when we get January the 19th, when the returning officer speaks, that he calls his name as the duly elected representative in St. Michael Central. He running out there against the man who is the leader of the opposition. I don't know how a man can represent a constituency for nearly 20 years, but in both out there confusing the people. And then he wake up one day and say his heart was really never there. So he wasn't really in St. Michael West, he got in St. Michael Central. That is like laying down by a woman for 20 years and then you wake up one morning and tell she, I really like your neighbor. You know, I don't really love you, I love the neighbor. Well, I can't understand how Joe could leave there and tell somebody that. But I tell you this, right? Send Arthur Holder back to Parliament. Arthur Holder has been able to keep our democracy strong and stable. That's being need a strong speaker. So send him back to Parliament. But also let me tell you, it comes to a time in this country, we got parties without leaders and leaders without parties. That is who facing off against me and Mottley. Leaders without parties and parties without leaders. So now, as I told you before, if you want to continue in the vein of the bad parts of Barbados that you want to forget, it's a nightmare. I don't let nobody tell you no foolishness about voting for no opposition. There's no such thing as voting for an opposition. Be careful that you don't go sleep with a beauty and wake up with a monster. Be careful that you don't jump off a cruise ship and jump onto a Moses. Don't get off this cruise ship here. This cruise ship is sailing along. Even in the most difficult of times, me and Mottley and her team has delivered for the people of Barbados. I can't imagine if COVID had come and Frandel Stewart and his team had been at the helm of Barbados, well, all of we would have dead. All of we would have dead by now. There wouldn't have been the need for the election. These are people who never, you can imagine that people could tell you something about me and Mottley being some bullying or something, they say dictator or something. You can imagine a man does not speak to you for 10 years. And when he does speak, he talks in Latin and Greek and all kind of foolish things and quote all kind of nonsense. And this man, you are telling me, but you don't know what he's doing on your behalf. There's not a step that me and Mottley has made in this 3.5 years that she has not come and shared it with you and told you what is happening on your behalf. You ain't going to be in Barbados to hear that. Well, you see she on TV, I could put on my thing and look and see her there on the screen and she'd be talking to me and I'd be listening intently. So don't let anybody tell you. And when she can't come, Santia this come. And people will be able to say, these are the powerful women in the Barbados Labour Party. And people have got to stop in this country putting down women and raise up women to the point where they need to be. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the prerogative of the chairman is that them only got 20 minutes to speak. But I got 5 minutes to speak, which is 50 minutes. Which means I speak more than all of them there. So anyhow, this is the thing. We need to bring to you the podium, to this platform, one of the rising stars in the Barbados Labour Party. He's going out for the first time. But my being, my inner tells me that when the returning officer speaks in St. Michael North on January the 19th, that he will be the duly elected representative for that constituency. He has distinguished himself in just a short period of time as a candidate in this election. I heard him speak the first night when he was introduced, and people from all over the world will say, who is this man and where has this man been found? Your Barbados Labour Party, your Barbados is in safe hands with Davidson Ishmael. Come to the podium, my friend. Davidson Ishmael, St. Michael North.
We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. We keeping it real with Ishmael. No reason to think twice. Ishmael is the people's choice. He's ready to serve you and get things moving again. Strong representation for every one of you here. He's ready to make things happen. He ain't here for sure. We keeping it real with Ishmael. Come on, let me go. Intellect you will see. Sensitive to your needs. Honest, decent, and that. Make sure you get.
Good night, Barbados. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. Good night to the good people of St. Michael South Central, and a special greeting to all of you listening to me in St. Michael North. Good night and greetings. It is a privilege for me to be here tonight, speaking on the behalf of my colleague, Marsha Caddle. It is a special thing for me to be here tonight. I have sat over the last 3.5 years and observed how Marsha has worked tirelessly, how she has worked assiduously, how she has put herself on the back burner, not only for the good people of St. Michael's South Central, but even farther afield for the good people of Barbados. And I believe tonight that Marsha deserves a round of applause for all the good work that she has done for you here in St. Michael's South Central and for all of us in Barbados. I asked specifically, I did not do this before tonight in speaking on other platforms, but I said I knew that Marsha did quite a bit nationally for us. I heard of her negotiation skills. I heard of the many times that she went out there and secured funding for Barbados in many areas of need for us. I heard of all of those phenomenal feats that she would have done on our behalf as a member of the Minister Mottley-led administration and cabinet. But I said to someone today, please send me some of the accomplishments that she has made right here in her constituency in St. Michael South Central. And the list, ladies and gentlemen, that they sent me is so long. I cannot possibly go through all of it in the 10 minutes or so that are allotted to me tonight to speak to you. I cannot possibly go through point by point all of the accomplishments, the things and programs and initiatives that she would have initiated here in this constituency. Her home, her heart. But I'm going to list a few of them for you tonight because I think it is worthy of notation. I think that it is deserving of notation. And I want you to remember that even though she has been busily working on behalf of the people of Barbados, she has also been taking care of the good people of St. Michael's South Central. And for that, on January 19th, she deserves the opportunity to be re-elected to the House of Parliament to continue the stellar representation for the good people of St. Michael's South Central. She started an Ideas Club. This is for children 8 years old and older. And this is an after-school program. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a phenomenal program. 8 years old and older young children in the primary school age range. And she started this Ideas program to be able to invest in children of that age, to invest in our youth, so that they can be inspired and they can be encouraged to reach a little bit higher, to go a little bit further. And this in particular touches me because I would have shared with you my story of being, a couple of weeks ago, of being that little wayward child coming up in primary school, not focused at all. And it took one story when I was in class 4, the Gifted Hands account. That story inspired and changed my life. So I know that this Ideas program and this Ideas Club that Marsha would have launched here in St. Michael's South Central has the potential to inspire an 8-year-old, to inspire a 10-year-old, to inspire an 11-year-old, and to set that young person on a trajectory of success and a difference in their lives and the difference of their families. So for this, I must applaud her. That in itself is a tremendous initiative. She did not stop there. Several roads were repaved all across the constituency. Flagstaff, and I can speak to that one in particular because that one I remember Marsha speaking about time and time again because it was a bugbear for the people here in St. Michael's South Central. After several years of the other guys can't use the word representation. After years and years of the other guy being there and not representing the people of St. Michael's South Central, not representing the people of Flagstaff, Marsha came in and fought and advocated. And finally, if you drive across Flagstaff, the road is smooth. That is representation, ladies and gentlemen. Not only Flagstaff, Tweedside Road was paved and redone. Column Rock, coming down Column Rock, I work in Column Rock. And I remember when the road was being paved all the way from Wildy Stretch down to Column Rock. And they did it at night. And sometimes you will go home in the evening. And by the time the next morning, you waking up and you driving on another patch of road, smooth as silk, going all the way down. That is representation, ladies and gentlemen. She also created the Open South Central Free Wi-Fi, which was launched in 2017, and that provides a free hotspot, Wi-Fi hotspots in 3 locations across the constituency. So once again, our young people, when they're at home doing their homeschooling, when they're at home trying to connect and to learn and to go into Google and all the various resources that they need to review for their work, they have it access to free Wi-Fi, and that is provided by Marsha, Caddle. That, ladies and gentlemen, is representation. Supporting that, tablets were given out. Computers were given out. All of these things would have been done under Marsha's care. Hampers and food vouchers. So much work, ladies and gentlemen, all across the length and breadth of this constituency. And that is why I believe that the people of St. Michael's South Central on January 19th will re-elect Marsha Caddle so she can continue the good work for the people of St. Michael's South Central. So I endorse her fully. I believe strongly that she is the caliber of person that you want to continue to see in the House of Parliament. Not only did she do all of these great work, but I have been impressed by her intellect. I have been impressed by the way that she has been able to bring over her points in a way that is not only intellectually sound, but also comprehensive, so that everybody can understand where she's coming from. She is deep, but she is also able to relate to the persons that she is speaking to. And this is something that I admire greatly about Marsha Caddle. And that brings me to my point tonight, and the few minutes that I have remaining, the area that I want to concentrate on. And the previous speaker, the Speaker of the House, Arthur, would have given you some taste of it just now. And he would have used the term leadership matters. And I too want to say to you that leadership matters, ladies and gentlemen. If there's one thing that I can stand on right now tonight, is that leadership makes the difference. Leadership makes a difference. I know a little bit about leadership. For over 20 years now in my life, I have been leading various organizations and groups. I've been leading organizations and units from the age of, from numbers of 5 all the way through to 50 and above. So I've been leading persons for over 2 decades. In addition to that, ladies and gentlemen, I know a little bit about leadership because I actually study leadership. I did my Master of Business Administration, specializing in the area of leadership and innovation. So I know just a little bit about leadership. And I think that in knowing that little bit about leadership, I am able to identify persons that have leadership potential. I am able to identify leaders. I'm able to identify the skills and the qualities and the attributes and the characteristics of those who stand in leadership positions. So I'm going to share a little bit with you tonight so that you too can identify a leader from somebody else who is just pretending. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing that I will say to you about leadership is that positions do not make you a leader. I'm going to say that again. A position and a title does not make you a leader. We would have had ministers between 2008 to 2018. We would have had a prime minister between 2008 and 2018. 2010, the last one. 2010 to 2018. But I'm going to say to you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, that did not make them leaders because they held those positions of ministers or prime minister. We would have seen from their fruits. The good Bible tells us, by their fruits you shall know them. And I saw uncaring people. I saw incompetent people. I saw people that did not know if they were going or if they were coming. And they were not leaders, ladies and gentlemen. But from 2018 till now, my friends, we have seen masterclass after masterclass of leadership. Leadership matters, ladies and gentlemen. Mia and Mottley and the team BLP have continued to demonstrate time and time again what leadership really is. Leadership matters. Leadership makes a difference. We had a bunch that could not solve our water wars. We had a bunch that could not solve our transportation wars. We had a bunch that could not solve our sewage wars. But then we went in a resounding mandate in 2018 and put the country back into the hands of a team of leaders, man.
Oh, Lord.
Leadership makes a difference. Thank you, Kurt. Leadership makes a difference. So as I said, it's more than a title, ladies and gentlemen. It is also an action word. Leadership is about influence. Leadership is about getting things done and getting things done with people and through people. Leadership is about inspiring people and motivating them. And everywhere I turn, I try to not go into the realm of saying all the things that happened in 2008 and 2018. We know them and we live them. But one thing that I want to underscore today and tonight for you and to remind you of, during that period, there was a heaviness in our country. There was a high degree of hopelessness, especially amongst our young people. Everywhere you turn, to your left or to your right, people just felt like if they were going through the motions. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel that I live in a Barbados now where hope has been returned to the good people of Barbados. People feel better about their prospects. People feel brighter about their outlook. And I believe that is because of leadership, ladies and gentlemen. Leadership matters. So on January 19th, ladies and gentlemen, I have to wind up. On January 19th, you have a choice to make. Here in St. Michael's South Central, I believe that you have a very clear choice. You have a proven, tested, tried, an individual in the name of Marsha Caddle that has fought on your behalf, that has gone into Parliament time and time again to advocate and to fight in your interests. You have in Marsha Caddle a leader, ladies and gentlemen. And on the other hand, you have other persons who are not leaders. They want to pretend to be leaders. They want to get titles so they can act like leaders, but they have never demonstrated leadership. They have never demonstrated inspirational leadership. They have never demonstrated being able to get things done. They're not effective, and they are the persons that we need to continue to reject like we rejected them in 2018. Reject them. So on January 19th, you should vote for Marsha Caddle in St. Michael's South Central. And I want you to vote for all of the members of the Barbados Labour Party across the length and breadth of our country, from the north to the south, the east to the west, because they know leadership and they will continue to lead our country. Ladies and gentlemen, good night and God bless. Take care.
We keeping it real with Ishmael. Give him a hand, man. Give him a round of applause. I told you all, I tell you, the Barbados Labour Party and governance in Barbados is in good hands with people like Davidson Ishmael. I hear the damn new candidates. You hear anybody that sound like this boy here? You hear anybody sound like this gentleman here? This is top drawer work that coming. And let me tell you what they say. Whenever the top drawer has left the Barbados Labour Party, people like Davidson Ishmael, he is going to be in the upper echelons of where we need to be. This is the kind of talent that the Barbados Labour Party produces. Give him a round of applause, man. First class gentlemen. But let me tell you, they got some more people to come. But as I told you before, I don't know why anybody in their right mind would even consider the Democratic Labour Party again in such a short period of time. I believe in giving people a chance, yes, but you are telling me that them get washed in the blood so pure that them could come back after 3 years, 3.5 years, and them get purified, them get cleansed, and then come back again to tell you that they want your vote. I think it is beyond, this thing is beyond insulting. I am saying this. Reverend Stewart tells you that the years between 2008 and 2018 were glorious. You understand the dictionary definition of glorious? Well, it couldn't have been glorious for the boy that was losing the job. It couldn't have been glorious for the boy that was cashing in the insurance policy. It couldn't have been glorious for the body that didn't have a roof over their head. It couldn't be. If you want to go back to the dark days of Barbados, elect the Democratic Labour Party again. But if you want to go back to being Barbados being the third highest indebted country in the world, vote for the Dems again. We fix that. If you want to go back to the days when the tourists in December, they have no natural gas. You remember that? Had to eat hamburgers from Christmas Day? You elect the Dems again. We fix that. If you want to go back to a point in Barbados again where a vendor, a man or woman just looking for to make a living, got to run from the police and got to run with a tray, you elect the Democratic Labour Party again. We fix that too. If you want to go back to a point where there is no foreign exchange in the treasury and you are down to 4 weeks of imports and you got to pay a bill and you don't know if you can get food or petroleum products the next day, you elect the Democratic Labour Party again because we fix that too. All we've been doing is fixing up Barbados. Every time the Democratic Labour Party comes to office, the Barbados Labour Party has got to come and save it, man. And I say this tonight. When we talk about the Barbados Labour Party being in safe hands, we talk about the pandemic and the things that happened to us, and we talk about the care packages and the people who went out and looked after the most vulnerable. We cannot do that without talking about the man who is in the right lane. I was an athlete one time, and I know about staying in your lane. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to you the next representative for the city of Bridgetown, the man who is in the right lane. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause and bring to the stadium Corey, the man that's in the right lane.
Vote, Corey, let me vote. Vote, Corey, let me vote. Let Corey know that he got we support. Vote, Corey, let me vote. Vote, Corey, let me vote now. For Corey, let me vote. Vote, Corey, let me vote. Vote, Corey, let me
vote. That's what we're talking about. Vote. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Good night to the left. Good night to the right. Good night, everybody. Good night, City of Bridgetown, South Central, Labour Party family, Barbados. Now, before I start, I know we be streaming, and then my phone is be beaming with all of the requests. I said, don't mind the throat. I want to listen to the heart. I just get all the remedies, you see, the honey and the lime and the ginger and a number of other remedies that I know my wife would enjoy very much. But don't mind the remedies. I want to listen to the heart tonight. I have been listening. I want to say a special good night to the lady herself and Honorable Marsha Caddle in the house. Let's give her a round of applause. A good way to start off. I'm trying to keep it cool, right? The time you don't get too excited. But when I see my Labour Party family, when I see the sea of red, I just get real excited. My blood does start to bubble, and I just feel good with the love that you all send this way, and I send the love back this way. From all in the city in Bridgetown, from Mahogany Lane, Bedford Lane, Jordan Lane, and every lane, and this Corey Lane, I bring the love to you. But I can take it easy. Oh, Lord. Now, I listen to Ishmael as I approach, even with Noel, as I was preparing. And I said, well, they ain't left nothing for me at all. They ain't left nothing for me to talk about. But there's something special I want to reiterate, that I want to repeat, and I want to leave here with you, the Labour Party family, and those of you listening at home that's still a little unsure. I got a message that I bring from the city of Bridgetown, the heart of the country, that I want to leave with the people that are unsure. So let me take it easy and let me get serious. Noel said just now, he asked the question, do you want to give people a chance? We went out after we were batting well in 2008, and we gave the Democratic Labour Party a chance. We put the future of the country on the table, on the wicket, because we wanted to give people a chance. Now in 2018, you saw what happened after you decided to give people, as when Arthur called them, well boys, a chance. And we saw was the result of that. Now we're in 2022. And as I say, trying to take it easy tonight. Do we want to give people a chance again, just a little chance to see what it is they could do with the country? That's a question I asking, man. Now they got some people home that may be saying the vets, because they did not get this particular road, they did not get that specific job, they did not get a visit like they would want. So the little angsty, the little offset, the vex. And we ask them not to stay home. But I asking them, not you, I asking them, do you want to stay home and put Barbados as a chance, or do you want to continue flying with the Barbados Labour Party and the leader by the name of Minister Mottley? I was trying to keep cool, man, but I'm feeling the passion already. I want to take us back to a memory. It was not a bright memory, but this is something that cemented in myself that we are on the right track. I remember we had a prime minister by the name, the late David Thompson. And when he died shortly into office. We all remember that. About 2 years or so. And they said to us, you know, we can't mark him, he doesn't have a legacy because he didn't have enough time. Now we had a lady, I call her the mistress of the class, that had about 3 years, 3.5. Now I ask you, can you see the legacy of the Honorable Minister Mottley already? You see the renegotiation, you see the Nelson, the Republic, the things of philosophical beings being done. You see the economy, and Noah pointed them out. You all see the bus, the sewage, the university, the West Indies. You see the garbage trucks. You see the sewage off of the road. You seeing these things. You see already in 3.5 years, we already have a legacy in the leader. Do you want to take a chance in Barbados, or do you want the Honorable Minister Mottley and the Barbados Labour Party to return and continue the great work they have started? I asking you the question, but I asking those at home that feeling a little unsure, that feeling a little shaky. I want to make this serious. I ain't come to jump up and bring gimmicks tonight, because I walk my constituency. I follow social media, and I see that, yes, there's a lot of support for the Barbados Labour Party, but my concern, my research, my analytics, my analysis tells me in a very serious way that the decisions that we make, particularly over the next 2 to 3 years, will determine what happens in this country over the next 20 to 30. Do you want to take a chance on that? When I say no, so a lot of people telling me, Corey, I hope you get through. Corey, I hope the Barbados Labour Party does what it says and continue to do what it says. Corey, I hope the best. But I said it already, and I can say it again. I tell when I'm ready, and I can tell when I'm ready. Don't hope, vote. Don't hope, vote. Don't hope. Don't hope. Don't hope. Hope don't get us anywhere. The support, as they say, I'll tell when I'm ready, I can tell when again. The support is the flour, and the vote is the bread. Anybody here does eat flour? Anybody here does eat bread? So January 19th, we don't want the flour, we want the bread. We don't want the support, we want the vote. I don't want you to hope, I want you to want to catch it on. No, in Eagle Hall last night, I tell when I'm ready, and I can tell when again. There are some things, Ishmael talked about it, Noel talked about it, but for those of you who are home and you are on shore, I want to tell you tonight, I left the city short there, just come here tonight to tell you that we have to stay on a course that has, although been bumpy, it has been bumpy with what we have inherited. It was bumpy with what we found. It was bumpy with the 9 garbage trucks that we turned to 43. It was bumpy because there were not the fees being paid at the university. It was bumpy because you couldn't get a bus. It was bumpy because they had the COVID-19. It was bumpy because they had the freak storm and they had Elsa. It was bumpy, but a lady by the name of the Honorable Minister Mottley and a party by the name of the Barbados Labour Party sailed smooth through those bumpy roads. Now I want y'all to picture. Imagine with me right now that we were able to achieve so much with so many bumps in the road. Take the journey with me. Shut your eyes and picture. Imagine if, I wonder if we did not have those bumps in the road, where would Barbados be today with the team that they had over the last 3.5 years? As we say goodbye to COVID-19, hopefully very soon, and we say hello to the Barbados Labour Party as they form the next administration on the 20th of January. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to imagine for a moment what we can do and how far we can travel together, you and us, you and the Barbados Labour Party, going hand in hand to make a better life for all. Now, I want to talk about the lady herself. I can't come in she town and don't spend a little time with her in word and in song, my dear. I come to sing to you tonight. Now, Marsha, and I met Marsha, immediately I could see that Marsha is the type of person that has her heart in the right place. That's the first thing. Not everybody that you meet, not everywhere that you go, you find people with the care and the passion for our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, you got that in Marsha Caddle, man. Not everywhere you go and everybody you meet, you recognize that they have the intellect. I've been able to work with her on my social programs. I've been able to work with her with the social development programs. I've been able to work with her with the sustainable development programs and the sustainable development goals and economic programs. And one of the things I always said to myself is that lady Minister Mottley knows how to spot talent. And when she spot it and she pluck it, she bring in the best. She bring in the brightest for this country, the Republic of Barbados, to have the best team to ensure that we move from strength to strength and continue to punch above our weight. And that is why I come here tonight to implore each and every one of you. I coming down now because I want to get real serious. Now let me get serious. I want each and every one of you in this constituency to reach out to a family member that may be aggrieved. Reach out to a family member that say, man, they got it covered, they don't go out. Reach out to, I mean it. I tell one already and I can tell one again. We cannot leave things to chance. This is not lotto. And if many of you have played lotto before, you would know quite well. You don't really win. Very few people win. You don't want to play Russian roulette with this country called Barbados. So I can tell one already and I can tell one again. Get out a family member, get out a friend, an ex-boyfriend, a girlfriend, a son, a nephew. It is extremely important that we return the Honorable Marsha Caddle to the constituency and to the team of the Barbados Labour Party, man. I am very serious about this because I don't want to give anybody any nightmares, but I want now for us to consider the alternative. So we tell ourselves that the Barbados Labour Party covered, so we stay home. We tell ourselves that I didn't get that visit, that road, or that job, so we stay home. And then, please don't get any nightmares tonight. But then you wake up on the 20th. Oh, I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to think it, far less more sake. But y'all know where you're going. Y'all understand what he's saying. Because remember that support is the flower and the vote is the bride. If we support but we don't vote, and you wake up on the 20th, the Prime Minister Verla de Pisa, Prime Minister Joe Adderley, Prime Minister Granville Phillips. Are they ready? Are they ready to take Barbados forward? Are they ready? But if you want to wake up to that on the 20th of January, don't go out and vote. Don't call a family. Don't call a friend. Stay home and let us wake up to the nightmare. So that is why I come here tonight to tell you, don't wish and don't hope. I ask you to vote. Don't hope. Don't hope. Don't hope. And make sure that you bring out a friend to vote for you. Now, in closing, I want to leave some thanks. And I want to leave a message as we close out this election on the final lap. As I said, I come here to be serious. My heart is heavy because I would have been dealing with some stuff in the constituency. But I saw a glimmer of light. A glimmer of light that today we had a house fire. Today we had an accident with 2 constituents. So from FMH to the hospital, to the scene of the fire, to all the services that came together. I saw what Barbados is capable of. Even meeting with some of what people call the opponents, but I call them the alternatives. I ask that as we go forward, we continue to be safe and to be civil. This tearing down of posters, this cursing of people, this primary school behavior, I appeal to us to leave that out. Let us compete on ideas and policies and what we plan to do for the people of Barbados, because as representatives, it is our job to look out for you. It is our job to look out for the constituencies, and it is our job to look out for the country. And that is what I implore each and every one of you to do. But I want to thank the Prime Minister for answering in one ring, because Mia cares. I want to thank the Minister of Housing for answering right away and ensuring that a house is provided and that that family has a roof over their head tonight, because that is the responsive Barbados Labour Party that I am now proud to call myself a part of. I want to thank Ian Gill from the National Housing Corporation. I want to thank Deborah Norville from the Welfare Department. I want to thank everybody who came together to ensure that in the darkest and the deepest of hours for our citizens, for our country, that like the Barbados Labour Party, we will make sure that it is a better life for you. And I want each and every one of you to ensure that on January 19th, that you wake up and you go to the polls and you look at those options and then you go wax per lots for what is best for Barbados and put back the leader, the headmistress herself, Mia Mottley, and the Barbados Labour Party. And remember, don't hope, vote, thank you, and good night.
Vote, Corey Levy, vote, Corey Levy, vote. Let Corey know that he got we support. Vote, Corey Levy, vote, Corey Levy, vote now. For Corey Levy, vote, Corey Levy, vote. In this brand new election time, we come out to vote and make correlation. And he's the newest politician on the street. We say fit me, so you know that we speak. Vote Barbados Labour Party. So take the pain out and vote Corey, cause we never let down.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the man who is in the right lane, Corey Lane. Give him a round of applause, man. I told you all that when it comes to the Barbados Labour Party and talent, you heard Davidson Ishmael. And you heard Corey Lane. You hear anybody of these new candidates from the Dems that sound anywhere like these 2 gentlemen? The Barbados Labour Party is in safe hands. The government of Barbados is in safe hands once you elect and re-elect Mia Mottley and her team on January the 19th. The Dems could go and vote on January 20th. That's what the man telling him in St. Lucie, you know. Go and vote on January the 20th. He said, elect Verla on January the 20th. Verla, that was in the Senate. You know, when these people are trying to dodge away from their responsibility, you know, she was in the Senate of Barbados, you know. She represented that party in the Senate of Barbados. So even though she didn't sit in the lower house, she was part of the wrecking team that destroyed Barbados, you know. Don't let anybody tell you that she wasn't. She was in their parliamentary team at one time, you know. So don't let anybody tell you that Verla is washed in the blood of the lamb and squeaky queen and all that kind of foolishness. And when you hear before them that they send him back, why would anybody anybody in their right mind that does the analysis, how could you send law back to Parliament? Law, take us to the lowest law. How could you send the man that speaks in dog? That man, how are you going to send him back to Parliament? How are you going to send Michael Lashley back to Parliament? And the one here in this constituency, the man they call Richard Seeley. He is a total waste of time. When I look at this big pothole here, these potholes I drive through and say, I cannot believe. I mean, the Barbados Labour Party has a works program that has been fixing roads in Barbados. Roads that never had no road. There was roads in the potholes, not potholes in the road. There was a time in here when people in rural constituencies could not get a drop of water consistently. The Barbados Labour Party fixed that. I keep saying all the time, every time they come, we got to come back and fix it. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are running a tad late. So I need to be able to deal with some issues that I need to deal with now. Because when you're the chairman, you don't get a chance to talk consistently. You get a little 5 minutes here, 3 minutes there. But let me tell you something. It is important for you to understand the people that you are going to vote for on the 19th of January. Now, between 2008 and 2018, 2008 and 2018 was 10 years. You know that, right? Between 2000 and 2008 was another period, a good period, under the Barbados Labour Party. Barbados has only had 2 tourism ministers between 2000 and 2018. Are you aware of that? There were only 2 tourism ministers. I was one and Richard Seeley was the other. So I think I know a little bit about what I speak when I speak about Richard Seeley and what he did to decimate and create the worst period that we had in tourism in Barbados. All the airlift that we had coming into Barbados that we had put in place out of the United States, Richard Seeley lost. Richard Seeley created at the BTMI, he took the BTMI, created this Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., and then created alongside it a product authority that was competing against the same BTMI that he had set up. Created the worst morale that we had ever had. And then Richard Seeley, all kinds of things. I would like you all to ask Richard Seeley. Tell Richard Seeley to tell you all something about the Blue Horizon Hotel. When he comes to your house, ask Richard Seeley about the Blue Horizon Hotel. And when he comes, ask him about global ports. Ask him about global ports and what they were going to do with the port of Barbados. Richard Seeley is not as squeaky clean as you all think he is, Let me tell you, when the Dems were in office, we kept on going through periods of scandal. Governmental scandal, political scandal, to the point where a leading BLP minister is now in a prison in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not, I don't think that talking about Donville gonna save me or you, but the point is that we went through a period in this country where all this scandal was going on. And let me tell you this, for the ones that walking about believing that they have got off scotch-free, the wheels of justice, they turn slowly, but they grind thoroughly. They don't leave a grain. And sooner or later, we can know what God, they're going to know what God they're serving. They're going to know what God they're serving. But let me tell you why I spoke a little bit about tourism and just tell you what Richard Seeley has done. I don't want to tell you nothing about how glorious the time was when he was in office as a tourism minister. When Richard Seeley was a tourism minister, when he took office, we had airlift coming out of the United States, out of our major markets. We had more ships. Listen, during the period of time that I was the Minister of Tourism, we had more ships, more boats, more planes than you could ever think of. They said the people down in the port used to be able to get down there for the morning. Everybody would get a job. The way the jobs were shared up between the transport providers, not only the big transport providers got jobs, but the little transport providers were also sharing in this pie. You got people down there under the damn scrambling to get a job when the day come. That's what we inherited from the Democratic Labour Party. And let me tell you why I say this now. I have come to the point in my own career where I can do the analysis and see what Barbados is about. I've had the privilege over the last couple of weeks to work alongside Marsha Caddle. And let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you what sparked my interest in the first place. During my time in Washington, Marsha Caddle came to IDB meeting, Inter-American Development Mike meeting. And I saw her at work. I went to a meeting and a luncheon which I sat at her left hand, and I heard them talk about tourism and tourism development. And when I heard Marsha Caddle articulate and outline where Barbados needed to go and what was the assistance that we needed and where was the vision for taking Barbados in tourism, I was awfully impressed. There was not a time in that meeting that she didn't say or do something that raised the stakes and the hopes of Barbados within the international arena. That is the kind of class of woman that we have representing this constituency in South Central. And for the last, and I hear them talk, they just like to, I tell them already, right? You got people like, you got Mayor Mottley, you got Santia, you heard from tonight. Then you got somebody of the caliber of Marsha Caddle. I heard about the Ideas program. I heard about what Marsha Caddle has done, I heard about the Wi-Fi spots. I heard about what Marsha Caddle has done. I just sit in that constituency office and I see people coming to and fro. I see her and her staff because the way that office is situated, you got one door, they got something like a big iron door, right? They got like a big iron door on the one side and they got the door on the other side. So therefore you can see when people passing, and it's a major thoroughfare, so you see people walking past. And I've seen them engage with every constituent that has come there for something or the other. I've seen her staff at work. I've seen the people out here engage, Marsha Caddle engage the people of this constituency. She is always accessible. Don't listen to the talk. When you hear this thing about momentum and you don't hear this and see this, don't get into that. What we got to do is to start uplifting all women in politics. It's about time that this glass ceiling is shattered and women are given the rightful place that they belong in our country to lead. And stop this thing about telling people that you got people that you don't see and you don't hear and all this damn foolishness. I say this tonight. Whenever and wherever I go in this role that I am in, and you must forgive me if I get a little bit emotional on this point. Let me tell you, there's not a day in Washington. I have had the privilege to represent your interests in arguably the most important capital in the world. In the country that's considered to be the most developed country in the world. And not a day goes by in this job that somebody doesn't engage the embassy or myself or the staff in the embassy, our staff, about Mayor Mottley. Every day and in every way, somebody got to say something, do something. We just get notes. We just get emails. We just get telephone calls. We get WhatsApp messages from other ambassadors. And this is what they want. All they want to do is to congratulate Barbados upon what Mayor Mottley has been doing for this country. A lot of them want to offer commendation to Mayor Mottley for the person that she is and what she's doing on behalf of small states. Some of them want to replace their prime ministers and their presidents with Mayor Mottley. They tell me, give me Mayor Mottley and you can keep the one that we got. Some of them want to replace the entire parliament and tell them, send Mayor Mottley alone. They will give up the entire parliament, the entire legislature for Mayor Mottley. And then it is this, They want her to speak at a conference. They want her to come out and say something on their behalf. Because Mayor Mottley has become the champion of small states development globally. That is what we got in Mayor Mottley as our leader. And then it gets even better, Let me tell you this. When Mayor comes to Washington, right? Mayor Mottley, when you grumble, the Secret Service people that's been running all, but it's a lot of security, because we live in an environment that we don't worry a lot about the security because we know that we're safe and God bless Barbados. I hope it never changes. But when Mayor Mottley comes to Washington, D.C., she got this Secret Service detail, them big black cars and them big black Suburbans, and them big black cars, and it's got these men sitting down in it. Do you know that whenever Mayor Mottley comes to Washington, people just be fighting to get in Mayor Mottley's detail, the Secret Service people. No, they ain't bringing the tails out of school and they ain't giving the security secrets. Simple as this here. She has recreated personal working relationships with them. She doesn't go anywhere. Mia Mottley would never enter a restaurant in winter, summer, autumn, spring, and left anybody outside. She wants the drivers to come in. The driver that drives for the embassy in Washington on a first name basis, he said that Mia Mottley is the only body that ever invite him in to have a meal. I hear when they're talking about this woman, you know. Mia Mottley comes there and they fight for the opportunity to be at her side. And then let me tell you this too. She happens to go to a particular restaurant whenever she comes there. And the people, again, she has gotten close to the people in that restaurant. She likes this restaurant. There's one lady there who is an Ethiopian. She's of Ethiopian descent. She's a waitress. And she says to me, every time I go there when the Prime Minister is not in Washington, if I have to go there for a meeting or meet somebody informally for a drink, every time she sees me, the first thing she's asked me is she here? And the reason for that is this. She told me I have been a waitress for 20 years. And I have rubbed shoulders because this is in DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C. with some of the best, biggest leaders both here in the United States and internationally. But I've never met anybody like Mia Mottley. Never. Engaging, polite, respectful. That's who we have as our leader. And let me explain this to you and bring this home domestically. The reason that Mia Mottley global prominence matters is this. If you have got to make a living and to support your living globally, I want to make this point. We cannot do it on domestic sources alone. We cannot do it with domestic sources alone. So we have got to look to the exterior. We have got to look to the international markets. We have got to look to the international financial institutions. And then we've got to be able to borrow. We've got to be able to get grants. We've got to be able to get technical assistance. And you know something? It makes a difference who is asking or who is leading the charge to ask for those things. And if you have a leader that has global prominence, it makes a difference. I argue tonight that there's no leader that has ever passed this region that has the global prominence that Mia Mottley has today. And it's something for which we should be extremely proud, not pulling down. Mia Mottley has transformed the way in which people globally look at small developing states, man. And that woman, that Ethiopian woman, has told me she never thought that she would have reached the day when she thought that a woman from the Caribbean, she said this, you know, that leader from the Caribbean and a woman like that would have been a champion for African countries globally. That's the Mia Mottley that we have today. Mia Mottley has lifted Barbados back up. She's not only made us the gem of the Caribbean, she has made us literally coming back, pulling us back to being the small state globally that everybody recognizes and that everybody celebrates because she's working on everybody's behalf. If you are of African descent tonight, what Mia Mottley has done in Barbados has changed your fortunes and your children's fortunes for generations to come. When you convert Barbados into a republic, when you create a legislation that take down a man that should have been out of Bridgetown ever since, and you bring pride back to us, the wall where you could go down there and go on the screen and look for your name and feel that you are part and parcel, your fathers, your ancestors built this country, that we are standing on their shoulders. I am here tonight to tell you this. If you ever thought for 1 minute, that any of them, if you take all them in the Democratic Labour Party and all them in the Alliance Party and you put all them together, they couldn't make one Mia Mottley. Not one of them. All them together, and you put the brains in a blender and blend it up. They ain't got no brain like Mia Mottley. I've known this woman for over 35 years. And the Mia Mottley that I hear them talking about, afraid of this and all kind of foolishness, that's not the Mia Mottley that I know. I know the Mia Mottley that is kind. I know the Mia Mottley that is benevolent. I know the Mia Mottley that is trustworthy. That's the Mia Mottley that I know. And I want you to go out on January the 19th and ensure that your children's future is secure, that your children's future is secure, that Barbados is in safe hands. And you know the way to keep it in safe hands? You keep it in safe hands with Mia Mottley and her team. That's how you keep Barbados safe. We are safer with Mia. We are safer with Mia Mottley. We are safer with Marsha Caddle. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, the time winding down. Let's say the buzzing around telling me that I may talk too long, Chairman. It's supposed to talk too long. So long. We have the Prime Minister running late, but we are right at the right time. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand, I tell you already, everyone want Barbados to go back to the dark days of the Democratic Labour Party, you all can elect them on January the 19th. As for me and my family, we are staying with Mia Mottley and her team. One of the people that has been making a difference in Barbados and changing the landscape. This man has distinguished himself. He has not been a minister from the beginning of the term, but he has been a minister now in the last reshuffle, I guess, for about a year and a half. But during that time, this man has distinguished himself as a minister to be reckoned with. I tell you already, you know, the Barbados Labour Party is in safe hands. The man that I'm going to bring to the podium to you, he is not only a friend, a work colleague, he is my member of parliament because I vote in the constituency of St. Michael West Central. And I am going out there to the LTGA school. WC2, I think that's the box. I am voting on the 19th of January. I am voting early at 6 o'clock for Ian Gooding-Edgell, the Minister of Transport in Barbados, the man who is marshalling the difference it makes to be able to get you to work safely, keep the roads good and keep the buses coming. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium. My member of parliament, the man who is changing Barbados, one of the young, good ones in the Barbados Labour Party who is keeping this party and this country alive. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ian. Welcome Ian Gooding-Edgell.
Confidence and zest, the man for the nation, West Central he is the best. Yes. Ready to vote like mad, yes. Run them out how we yard. Yes. Ready to vote like mad, yes. Run them out how we yard. Yes. Ready to vote like mad, yes. Run them out how we yard. Yes. Ready to vote like mad. Yes. On the road again, easy choice my friend. Tell them don't get vexed, this is the man that getting the X. On the road again, easy choice my friend. Tell them don't get vexed, this is the man that getting the X. In turbulent waters, with rough seas ahead, competence matters, people don't be misled.
Good night, St. Michael, South Central. Good night. I can't hear you, St. Michael, South Central. It is a wonderful feeling to be here in support of Marsha Caddle. And tonight, forgive me, but I'm going to have to wax warm tonight. Because this general election campaign is about choices. It's about the way forward. It is about what we would like to achieve as a country after having to rescue Barbados from the ruins of the Democratic Labour Party more than 10 years ago. It is about coming to the people with a record of accomplishments. Is it about coming to St. Michael, South Central, to tell you about your wonderful Member of Parliament, Marsha Caddle. And I come to St. Michael, South Central, recognizing the works that Marsha Caddle has done in this constituency. I know that Marsha Caddle will tell you about the roads that we did in this constituency for her, and by extension for you, the people. And that your parliamentary representative, Marsha Caddle, consistently made representation to the Ministry of Transport, Works and Water Resources to ensure that Quakers Road and all the other roads that we did in this constituency were done in your name and for you. And you know, when we look around and we see all the infrastructure changes, we ask, how did we get there? And I have to tell you, there's a new being to the cabinet, because Marsha was there long before me, from the inception of this Barbados Labour Party cabinet. And I appreciate, and I have to say, from this very podium tonight, a special thank you to your parliamentary representative, Marsha Caddle, because a lot of the roadworks and infrastructure projects that we are undertaking across Barbados, it is as a result of the energetic negotiations being undertaken by your Marsha Caddle. When you look around Barbados and you see that we are about to launch the massive road programs across Barbados, it is Marsha Caddle who sat and negotiated with international agencies to ensure that the road infrastructure in Barbados and water infrastructure and other several projects that I'm sure she will tell you about tonight, it was Marsha Caddle quietly in the background negotiating with international agencies to ensure that we secured the funding for the projects. So that when you see the Calf Road project, that we are going to spend in excess of $100 million a year, $100 million over the next 3 years, on roads all across Barbados, building out roads that were left in ruins by the Democratic Labour Party, roads that had no end of potholes, roads that if you walk on them, you would twist your ankle. It was Marsha Caddle working behind the scenes with the international agencies to secure loans in our name so that we could build out our road infrastructure. And might I add that she was there negotiating with them on favorable terms, not like the terms the Democratic Labour Party had to accept because nobody wanted to do business with them, and that those who offered them to do business with them offered them credit at interest rates that were significantly higher than we were able to accomplish as a Barbados Labour Party government. So that when you see the Complant Road project, it was Marsha Caddle, hands at work, spending hours upon hours, negotiating to bring projects to fruition. And I have to tell you that it takes a special skill. Not everybody can do it. The Democratic Labour Party certainly didn't have the skills like Marsha Caddle. There was nobody in the Democratic Labour Party that can match the skill set of Marsha Caddle. And she was sent out there by the Prime Minister. And she did, as the Prime Minister would refer to, a lot of heavy lifting. And she did the heavy lifting in order to help the Barbados Labour Party and by extension to help the government of Barbados. So that you have in Marsha Caddle a fine young lady, a lady who knows the twists and the turns of the international community. Somebody who can sit down with any president of any bank in the world and negotiate on your behalf, on the behalf of all Barbadians. That is the quality of the person in Marsha Caddle in St. Michael South Central. You tell me who in the Democratic Labour Party would have had the opportunity or had the skill sets like Marsha Caddle to sit down and negotiate and get favorable terms for Barbados. Name one of them, ladies and gentlemen. Name one person in the Democratic Labour Party who can set any sail to the level of negotiations that Marsha Caddle undertook in your name, not only for St. Michael South Central, but for Barbados. And I say to you, in this general election, that Marsha Caddle has been one of the several persons in the cabinet helping to guide the economic policy of Barbados. The Prime Minister has reposed great faith and confidence in Marsha Caddle, similar to what you did in 2018. And I know that you are going to do it again come January 19th when you go to the polls and vote for Marsha Caddle. She has been a wonderful and faithful servant to the people of St. Michael South Central. She's worked hard on your behalf. I remember one evening giving up my canvassing because she requested a meeting to deal with a matter in her constituency. And I gave up my canvassing evening and I went to this area and she was warmly received by the residents. It was like a mini town hall meeting. And the residents were asking for certain changes. And through Marsha Caddle, the residents in that particular area, I believe it was South Bend or South Road, not too far from the People's Cathedral. And in that small gathering where we had a mini town hall meeting, we were able to say, listen first of all, and to respond to the needs of the residents who told us that there were challenges that are out there which predated Marsha Caddle. And I say to you that we have in the Barbados Labour Party some of the finest skills unmatched to the Democratic Labour Party. When you look and see what we have done in Barbados, when you look and see how we have transformed Barbados in 3 years and 9 months, less than 4 years. But you know what the problem is? We went to work and worked hard for you, the people of Barbados. And we did so because we understood what the common cause was. And we did so. But in doing so, perhaps we made it look too easy. And as a result of making it look easy, there's some people who believe that they should come tonight and want to lay down a stake in St. Michael South Central or across Barbados. But I want you to tell them that you are very pleased and happy with the representation and the good governance of the Barbados Labour Party. I want you to tell them when they come knocking on your doors asking for a vote in St. Michael South Central, I want you to remind them about the broken infrastructure that obtained in this constituency. I want you to tell them that the things that they ought to have done for Barbados that they failed to do for this country. And that in a short 3 years and 9 months, just under 4 years, that the Barbados Labour Party came to this constituency and worked hard for you. When you look around and see the projects being undertaken in this constituency, whether by the BTII, whether by the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources, or any other ministry, for example, I want you to tell the Dems when they come back that the time that they had in office, they had a wonderful opportunity to fix the problems, but they wasted the funds, ladies and gentlemen. But tonight, a proud Barbados Labour Party team can stand here before you tonight and tell you what we did. And what have we done in Barbados? We inherited we inherited an infrastructural deficit. In plain language, an infrastructure deficit. The roads all across Barbados were in shoddy condition. But we came to office and we fixed several roads in Barbados. We fixed a major highway in Barbados. We took a decision that on a major highway in Barbados that we would have water mains and other utility services on both sides of the highway. We came to office with situations and challenges that we never thought we would have had to deal with. And we fought the good fight. We did so because we understood what was at stake in Barbados. And you know my ministry, the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources, it touches the lives of every Barbadian every day. Be it water, be it transport, be it drainage, be it roads, ladies and gentlemen. And this Barbados Labour Party government, and I can speak for the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources, that we have launched perhaps the single largest investment program in roads, water, public transport, and drainage that this country has ever seen since a post-independent Barbados. And that is a fact. When you look and see how much money we've spent in the road to repair the roads in Barbados, unbelievable, unheard of, never spent by the Democratic Labour Party in the 10 years. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, what we have been able to accomplish in just short of 4 years, the Democratic Labour Party did not accomplish during their 10 years. And you know what? They had more money than the Barbados Labour Party to spend when they were in office. Because we came to office. And as soon as we came to office, we had to deal with a pandemic. We had to deal with ashfall. And we had to deal with Hurricane Elsa and a freak storm. So they had more money to spend than us. But you can look around Barbados tonight and you can see where we are spending your taxpayer dollar. You can see the physical improvements all across Barbados. So that when they come to you and they want to criticize the Barbados Labour Party, I want you to remember these things, and I want you to tell them you had more money than the Barbados Labour Party to spend, and that the Barbados Labour Party did more for this country in short of 4 years compared to the 10 years that the Democratic Labour Party held office. Remember all that was done by Marsha Caddle for St. Michael South Central. When you go to the polls, I want you to remember when you're voting for Marsha Caddle, that you're voting for a young lady who helped the Minister of Transport Works and Water Resources and the Cabinet and the government of Barbados to build out infrastructure in this country. I want you to think about what she's done for you in St. Michael South Central. So I say to you, St. Michael South Central, I say to you, and all of you within the hearing of my voice, that you have a wonderful representative and there's no need to change. Go to the polls on January 19th. Vote for a safer Barbados Labour Party. Vote for a safer Barbados. Vote for Marsha Caddle, who will continue to ensure that Barbados remains on a safe course. Stay the course with Marsha Caddle. Vote Barbados Labour Party. Vote Marsha Caddle. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I keep telling you that when you hear the young people in the Barbados Labour Party, the ones who are not, some of the veterans, but when you hear people like Davidson Ishmael and Corey Lane and Ian Gooding-Edgell, you know that the Barbados Labour Party is in good hands. That the government of Barbados is in good hands. You know, the one thing that Mayor Mottley has done is that she has restored confidence again in government and governance in this country. You can say what you like, but you can go to sleep at night assured that when you wake up in the morning, that your country, your children's future, your children's children's future is in good hands. You can do that every night. And let me tell you, I stood here tonight and I told you about Marsha Caddle's commitment to her people. I also told you a little bit about her international experience. And what we need to do, if you're living in a country with a small open economy and you need to depend on the exterior in some measure for goods and services, you understand that you need people at the helm of your economy to be able to put it in the right place. Marsha Caddle ticks that box over and over. But the part of Marsha Caddle that I really admire and that I like tonight is this. I've seen Marsha Caddle at work with her people in her office over the past 2 weeks. I have not seen anybody more kind and more considerate. I have not seen anybody who is there for her people as much as this particular candidate is and this representative is. She is the one who unseated Richard Seeley. She is the one who we need to send back to Parliament. If you want St. Michael's South Central to be in safe hands, and you want a representative that is there for you, no matter what you have done, if you want someone who is accessible and real, you need to send Marsha Caddle to Parliament. This is South Central, sorry. This is a person. Send her back to Parliament. Marsha Caddle is the one that you need because in 3.5 years, she has done more work than Richard Seeley did in 15. I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, it is crystal clear who St. Michael's South Central needs. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the other powerful women in the Parliament of Barbados, one of the only younger people who is going to uplift this nation, ladies and gentlemen, the representative, the parliamentary representative for St. Michael's South Central. And on January the 19th, our next representative all over again. Ladies and gentlemen, Marsha Caddle. Give her a round of applause, please. Marsha Caddle for St. Michael's South Central. Marsha Caddle for St. Michael's South Central.
Tell the D's we don't take talk. This lady so quiet, intelligent, hardworking. Marsha says she can't stop helping. She don't do the fin of money in her face. South Central, any problems, just call her. Marsha support the old and the young, yeah, working as a team. South Central, and you know what me mean. And nothing is greater than Marsha. See all I wanna accomplish, then dream. We go where BLP go, they don't lie. BLP's riding for you and for I. We go where BLP go, they don't lie. Don't ask me how I know. Marsha Caddle, BLP, come on. Anyway, Marsha step, hell army going step, so BLP stepping with a brave heart. You know see the bees, got the whole place wrecked at the D's, we don't take part. Anyway,
good night, good night. Good night. Y'all might call this bad behavior, but I call this good behavior. Good night, Carrington Village. Good night, St. Michael's South Central. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. Good night to all of Barbados. My friends, we are in the final countdown to what is perhaps going to go down in history as one of the most important elections in this country. And other speakers this evening, whom I want to give all of my heartfelt thanks and love and respect. You know, the Barbados Labour Party could show the Democratic Labour Party a thing or two about unity. Because we are clear who we are, and we are clear about who leads us. And we are even more clear about who we believe is the best woman to lead Barbados as the next Prime Minister, Mia Amor Mottley. We are clear. There is no confusion in our minds. And I thank tonight those who have gone before me, because the love that you see up here is not fabricated, it is not performance. It is based on relationships that have developed. But further to that, it is based on a common ideology, a common set of principles. believing that justice matters in this country. But you know, I want to say a little bit tonight, and I really feel that Carrington Village is the place to have this conversation. I want to say a little bit tonight about what you are going to do on Wednesday, the 19th of January, and what you should have in mind as you get up and get ready to go to the polls on Wednesday. Because the Democratic Labour Party has come to you completely unprepared. They have come to insult your intelligence. They've come to suggest that you should not have nice things, that you should not get on in life, and to tell you that you should use your vote for them. They've come to ask you to vote for them to be an opposition. I have never in my life heard of a political party, of a political institution, bringing themselves to the people of a country, asking to be an opposition. You campaign for representation to be a government. But they have come to you, asking you to vote for them to be an opposition, because they have no clue how to be a government. And they have no intention of governing. The previous 10 years have showed us that. Because I believe that the Democratic Labour Party feels that Barbados runs itself. And in many ways, the Barbados Labour Party has perhaps made it seem too easy. And so they get what they bargained for. Because they feel that a country like ours just runs itself. And they only feel that they have to govern, or they are prepared to govern, in the best of times. You have seen what this Barbados Labour Party has been able to do for this country, even in the worst of times. That is real governance. It is about choices. It is about priorities. It is about making hard decisions, but they are not equal at all to that task. They have come to ask you to use your vote to give them a salary in Parliament. And then they plan to come to you and tell you, well, you know, I can't do nothing because I ain't in government. I want you to know that that's what Richard Seeley plans to do with your vote here. He wants you to vote for him, to give him a salary in Parliament, to give him a platform, and then to be able to say, well, I can't do nothing, I'm sorry, we ain't got the government. That is the plan. Do not be fooled. Because their only game plan is to take the real, practical, implementable, successful, measurable programs of this Barbados Labour Party and try and hoodwink you into believing that they're not successful for you, that they haven't worked for you. They're trying to tell you, do not believe what you are experiencing, believe what I tell you. Why would you believe anything they tell you after the 10 years of hell that they put this entire country through? Why would they have, or should they have, any trust or any credibility? Their only strategy, my friends, is to make offensive jokes on platforms, to buy drinks and to throw parties and to tell you that that is all you should want because that is all you deserve. Now, nothing is wrong with a drink and a party. Nothing is wrong with a drink and a party. But that cannot be all. Not after 3.5 years of being completely missing in action, where they're coming out to insult you. Not after Ash and a freak storm and Hurricane Elsa and COVID. But where were they? Ask yourself, where was Richard Seeley? And a calling he named tonight, because you must not be taken advantage of in this place where you live and you raise your children and you are looking for better, don't vote for man to give him a salary. Vote for somebody to work for you. When people needed support during COVID, when people needed their basic needs met, when people needed help accessing the trust loans that many of you were able to access because through that office down the road, we were able to help you get access to start your small business. Where was he? Where were they? When people needed to have their homes rebuilt or repaired after Hurricane Elsa, where were they? We have not been able to finish all of them, but we will. Because when this Barbados Labour Party government makes commitments, that is what we do. We follow through. And we have never come to you to pretend that this is all easy and this is all roses. We lost 600 million in revenue in a year. And we told you that we did. We didn't tell you this was a glorious year because it was a difficult year. And whenever there are difficulties that we have to confront together, we will come and tell you about it. How many times have you seen Minister Mottley, Jeffrey Bostick, the entire team come to talk to you about what is happening in this country and compare that to the number of times you even heard a peep out of Frandell Stewart until he went up in the Bayland to tell you about how it was a glorious decade? The gall of these people. We haven't been able to finish all the homes, but I think back, and a lot of my work in this region has seen countries devastated. Barbuda, one of the countries that has our Caribbean sisters and brothers, regrettably still has people who years later have not been able to return to their homes, and Barbados has said, not about here. Minister Mottley has said, not about here, we have to do better by our people, and we're not going to pretend that it can happen overnight. And so we went out and sought to engage small contractors. And we realized that if we only engage small contractors as we should, if we give them some of the work as we should, but do not seek to find other solutions, people will not get back in their homes in time. And so we had to find innovative ways of getting a roof back over people's heads. In this, St. Michael South Central is the first completed home that we were able to import from China. And I will say it without apology, because a constituent of St. Michael South Central is able to go back and take their family back into a home that was destroyed by Hurricane Elsa, because we had to take a decision to move. Small contractors are still getting work, and we will get to everyone. But government is about choices. And how could we sleep at night knowing that there are children without shelter and we have not done our utmost to fix it? But Michael Lashley will get on a platform talking to you and insult your intelligence by making all kinds of, my sister will call it law office jokes about people from China, mocking accents and a lot of nonsense. Why don't you come with a policy instead of coming with a set of jokes night after night on a platform? When the night come, a set of insults and jokes and making fun of people. That is all you have learned to do in the 3.5 years that the people of Barbados told you to go away. Since that time, that is what you have learned from the 30-0 thrashing that you got in 2018. That is all you were able to learn. That message that was sent in 2018 is not anything that we glorify or gloat about because of the victory itself. But we make reference to it to say quite clearly that the people of Barbados chose 3.5 short years ago. And you need on the 19th of January, on Wednesday, to say to the country, this remains our choice. We wanted you gone 3.5 years ago, and we still want you gone now. Go from about here. Because we want more than you are able to offer. But I am not only asking the question tonight, where were you? But what is your plan for the community, and what is your plan for the country? Because I do not see any clear plans. You know, that Constitution River project that we are completing by the end of March, when we came to service as a government in May 2018, that project had been approved and sitting there for years. The Democratic Labour Party government at that time only had to find some small change to make what we call counterpart funding. All that means is that you get a loan from an institution and you gotta put a little bit from your pocket yourself. And that project sat there undone while rats ran all about Halls Road, while mosquitoes bred and bit up people's children in Halls Road and Bibby's Gap and Chase Gap and all down there. Because the Democratic Labour Party could not figure out how to manage their business in such a way to get a handful of coins to put with the money from the bank to execute that project. I came and found it there signed. And within a couple weeks, we were able to get the project off the ground and bring people to move earth down in Halls Road to get that project moving so people will be healthy in that community, because that is what they asked for. Don't tell me that this is just about what happens in communities. That matters. But the decisions you make in government directly affect how you live life in your house. These are the things that they were not able to do, that we were able to do right here in this constituency. The Gully Hill, that entire area was overgrown for years, for over a decade or more. And when we cleared it, and we were down there doing the work, big people came and told me, I have not been able to see across to the other side of the bridge since I was at school. I'm talking about mature adults that came down there and said, what is this? We have not had this view for years. It was an area that was attracting a lot of dumping. It was an area that was unsightly. And I don't come to talk to you to brag about clearing grass, but it is about what these things mean to communities and the message that it sends to communities. How can you care about a place and leave it overgrown with bush and vermin and mosquitoes? You can't care about the people that live down in there. You can't care about the children that have to go to sleep every night, have to do their homework. Where were you when all of this was happening over the last 3.5 years? The refurbishment of the Victor Gas Clark playing field and the Aubrey Grant Pavilion has started on the Gully Hill. Because the thing about Carrington Village and other communities in St. Michael South Central is that these communities are the heart of Barbados, you know. In many ways, they are the heart of St. Michael. These are sporting communities and arts communities where a lot of the biggest and best teams and individuals have come from right here. What is the message that you are sending to the basketball players and the football players and the cricketers? The best in Barbados and the region that were bred right there on the Gully Hill. Right there in Shilling Square, in Bannister Land, Delamere Land. Up there in Valerie. What message are you sending them if you can't even keep the community together by showing that you care? You will look there and see a repaved Tweedside Road. You will see St. Hill Road and Baycroft Road and Quakers Road redone. Because I ain't come here to stick up. I had 3.5 years and 2 were COVID, but I ain't come out here to stick up. Because we have work to do in these communities. You will see that there are beautification projects on a small scale in some cases, because we have small communities and small spaces. But you will see that there are beautification projects like the one just down the road over there around the Marl Hole that other people have gone and stand up and pose and take pictures to take credit for, but that is all right if that is all that you can do. But these are the kinds of things that say to communities, we support you. And we want you to have a space that makes you feel good. But it's not just about what we have done here in this community, but it is about what we will do. When we talk to you about the construction gateway, some of you came tonight and got manifestos from the office. Open it and look at it. The construction gateway is an 8 to 12 week program that is going to mean that young people can be artisans, tailors, and masons and learn how to do something for themselves so they can start a company, so they can hire their friends and their neighbors, and so that they can start to uplift their own community. But we weren't waiting for the construction gateway to do that. We have already started with groups of young women and men in this community to help them form companies and help them get access to contracts so that they can build homes for their neighbors. If a woman or a man is a part of a project to build a home or repair a home or install a waterborne facility for their neighbor, they're going to make sure it is done right. And why? Because the neighbor going to come and knock on the door in the middle of the night and tell them, this thing that you put out here falling down, my man, come and fix this. That is the reason that we do it in this way. So don't let them tell you that it's only a drink and a party that they can bring. Tell them that that is not all you want, because Marsha Caddle has done these things for us and will do more things for us, and that is what we want. Progress in our lives and in our community. When all of that is said and done, you might still get a drink and a party, because communities are about fellowship. But the point is, you cannot come around people that you have neglected for years and offer them the crumbs off your table. What are you trying to say to them? But friends, this election is not just about what is happening in our communities. It is also about leadership. And I will come to the reasons in a few moments why Mayor Mottley is the clear and undisputed choice today in 2022 to lead this country. But when I talk about leadership now, I mean something else. In 2016, when I came to offer myself a political service, when I started moving around in communities, I started getting to know people, moved around to some of the guys who lime outside and under the trees and lime on the blocks, and moved around to homes. And I will tell you something tonight. I had not been on the ground for 5 seconds good before I got a phone call from one of the youngsters that I had recently met. And he said to me, man, the people out here asking questions about you. I said, oh, what people? He said to me that Richard Seeley and the Democratic Labour Party is coming around asking not where I come from, not what my plans are, but they're coming around asking who you got. If you don't got nobody from the community that them can know something about, that they can use. A man who by that time had been the representative for close to 15 years is looking for intelligence on a 37-year-old young woman to be able to come and besmirch her character. That was the strategy that they tried in 2016. And that is the strategy that they have returned to in this campaign. Because that is all they know how to do. But I will say to you tonight that their attempts to spread gossip cannot work with people that know me. You know me. You know Marsha Caddle. You know that I went to Carrington Wesleyan Church growing up and Belmont Primary School. My father still gets his hair cut. For years, he's been getting his hair cut right there by Ravi in Tweedside Road. Not because I represent St. Michael South Central. Why come I find him getting his hair cut there? You know that my life is about taking care of my parents, taking care of my niece, and those who really know me know that it's about taking care of my dogs. I see Lisa clapping because she's the same way. You all know me. So I am not up here tonight to dignify the foolishness with any specific response. Because I have the confidence that the people of St. Michael South Central and the people of Barbados are not interested in the gutter politics that the Democratic Labour Party is bringing. We're done with that. We are about moving forward. And I am so privileged. I will tell you that representing St. Michael South Central has been the honor of my life. You know, there are Zora Neale Hurston is one of my favorite writers. Was. I still read her work all the time. And she has a quote where she says something to the effect of, I will paraphrase, that there are years that give answers and there are years that ask questions. And what she means by that is that there are certain periods in our life when we have to dig deep. But digging deep then helps us to grow. And I have been so privileged. You see these people here? I have been so privileged. These people still raising me, you know. They're still raising me. They're still growing me. This constituency in St. Michael South Central is allowing me to flourish so that I can in turn continue to serve you. And I thank you from my heart. So when they come with the nonsense, say, we know Marsha Caddle. And we believe that she is the best choice for us on January 19th. I have been privileged to be led by a woman. And you know, I hear the foolish talk. And I ain't even going to call the words that they use up here tonight. But I've been privileged to be led by a woman. You know how I came to political service in this country? Because a then opposition leader sent out a call to engage young people just to have a conversation, to know what we wanted to say that we wanted from government at that time. That is what a government in waiting does, you know. They don't come and at the last minute scramble together some people that they find out in the road and get them a blue and yellow shirt to put on and say, come so we're going to run in an election. That is not what a government in waiting does. And so Minister Mottley sent out a call to people from everywhere. People who she thought were poised to help frame policy in this country. And I happen to be one of those people. It was just a conversation. And she, with the most humility, asked a group of young people, what is it that you want from your government? So that when we come to service, we can start to do that work. I sat with her and I said, I feel that you all need to do the following 7 things. And there were 7, I remember. I spoke with her. She listened. And then I left. And the next day, I got a call saying, well, I like your ideas, but you're going to have to come and help me do them. But I say that to say that all of this, listen, this government led by Minister Mottley has to be the most consultative government I have ever seen anywhere in the region, in the hemisphere, in the world. Always always wanting to know how people feel. And then sometimes when we come up with a policy, when we set a direction, and we get feedback to say, well, this is going to affect certain people in this way or that way, she is never too big to say, stop. Let us look at this again. Because governance is not about getting it 100% all the time. No government is perfect. No representative is perfect. I am not perfect. I will not always get it right. But I will always do what it takes to make it right. Because that is my commitment to the people of St. Michael South Central. And that is the way that Mayor Mottley runs her government. Don't let the people that don't know try and come and tell you. This is the kind of leadership that we want. This is the only kind of leadership that can take us forward from here. And so I know that across Barbados, on the 19th of January, you all are going to make the right choice. I know that St. Michael South Central, my friends, that you are going to make the right choice because you need to send the message that you are not going back there. You're not going back to garbage not being collected, to sewage on the streets, to vermin everywhere, to downgrade after downgrade, making you ashamed to talk to your friends in Antigua and Jamaica. We are not going back there. So make the point and send the message on January 19th. Vote for care, vote for commitment, vote for courage, vote for Marsha, Caddle, vote for every candidate of the Barbados Labour Party, vote for Mayor Mottley to be the next Prime Minister of Barbados. My friends, thank you and good night.
This is Marsha, we voting. Constituents know she ain't joking. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. She not doing it for fame. Stamp your ex by she name. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. Saddle up her foot, caddle up. The work that she doing is fabulous, like saving the economy, love for the family, and free Wi-Fi. Marshallous. And everything that she do spectacular. She got a vision, don't need binocular. He even walk to the village to talk to you. Put the X-Folk there for Marsha, yeah. It is Marsha.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you that the Barbados Labour Party is in good hands. Give Marsha Caddle another round of applause. Marsha Caddle. Marsha Caddle is the one that we need to send. The Parliament for St. Michael South Central all over again on January the 19th. But that time come now. That time come now. The next speaker coming to you is the leader of the Barbados Labour Party. It is our Prime Minister, your Prime Minister. I have told you tonight that no other leader has ever impacted, no other leader from the Caribbean, from CARICOM, has ever impacted the globe the way Mayor Mottley has. Every day and in every way, she's working on your behalf. The global prominence that she has created is one that has made Barbados proud, but it's also made the rest of CARICOM proud. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the leader for the times. This is the leader that Barbados needs to take us forward. Stay the course with Mayor Mottley. Barbados is safer with Mayor Mottley. Barbados is in secure hands with Mayor Mottley and her team. Leadership matters in this election, and the one that you want leading you on, leading you on to continue the work, Mayor Mottley. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lady that should lead you. My friend, as Corey said, a new headmistress is in town, and she has done what she's had to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader for the time, leadership matters. My friend, the lady that I trust with my welfare and the welfare of my children and my children's children. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, the Prime Minister of Barbados, our leader, Mayor Mottley. You know when Mayor come, you know Mayor just get mocked, so she can't get to the crowd easily.
Motley, we safer. My sweet Barbados, we greater. Bring me a Motley, we safer. My sweet Barbados, we greater. Bring me a Motley, we safer. Try put the lights down, we don't wait till later. When I hear my bring me a.
Good night. Good night. Good night. I feel an energy. I feel an energy in Carrington Village.
Oh Lord.
And they tell me that what is required of me is a T20 match tonight. In and out. I come from Gall Hill and Silver Sands with good news. I come from Gall Hill and Silver Sands to tell the people of Carrington Village that the people have said that they are going with the Barbados Labour Party. And even though I'm going to Pike Corner now, I can tell you, having spent the afternoon in St. Lucie, that they too are sending good news to St. Michael. My friends, I have come here with a simple message. This Barbados Labour Party will continue to transform this country and to give you an opportunity to be able to move to the next level. We've promised you that. We've started to deliver it. We've had challenges with respect to COVID and freak storm and ashfall and hurricane. But in spite of that, we have delivered more in 3.5 years than the last government in their 10 glorious years of sewage. But we didn't get there overnight. Give me a little more volume on this mic, Charlie. We didn't get there overnight. We got there perfect. We got there through dint of hard work and discipline. We didn't twiddle our nose or say abracadabra and it suddenly happened. People had to come to work each and every day to make it happen. And last night I went to Wotton on behalf of Ryan Strawn, and I told them there, as I will tell you in Carrington Village. And David Commissiong is speaking after, and he dubbed the financial team, not me, he dubbed it as the Magnificent Seven. The Magnificent Seven. And the reality is that having inherited a country that owed everybody from larboard to starboard, having inherited a country that had more debt than we could possibly deal with, that we did and restructured it and put us in a position to help you, help your families. Those who were public servants got a 5% increase for the first time in 10 years. Those of you who depended on the transport board suddenly had buses moving again so your children could get home early on an evening, and if you work in the tourism sector or work shift, you could get home at night comfortably without worrying about others. The trust loan. How many people around Bridgetown and St. Michael needed a little trala? As I said in the city the other night, you're going to the bank and they look at you and ask you where you live. And then you hear Etana's song singing wrong address all of a sudden in your ear because you can't get through. Look at the bus purring through here and I don't even got to stop.
Oh Lord.
Look at it, look at it, look at it. Not an ounce of interruption. But I have come tonight to tell you that Marsha Caddle has been an integral part of that team. And when all is said and done, she has been one of the key people that this government and this country, straight talk, has had to rely on to get a little ease, especially when the pandemic came. and all of a sudden you lost $600 million in revenue. I had to turn around and spend another $300 million that I didn't expect to spend, making it $900 million. And I hear all kinds of people in this country talking about debt, debt, debt. What are the facts? We inherited the debt at $16.6 billion. We brought it down to 12.7. And because of the pandemic, remember I tell you that we had 600 million loss and 300 million to spend? 6 and 3 is what? So you had 900 million to adjust. And we only increased the debt by 500 because we made adjustments to cut the cloth to suit. And that is what a responsible government does. And that is why I tell you that this election will come to be regarded as one of the most important since independence. This election will determine where this country stands in 10 to 15 years. This election will determine whether you will have cheap entertainment and fast money and nothing else, or whether you will face the future with confidence and own your future and own Barbados as members of Barbadian society. We have not come to make you tenants in your own land. I said so in Britain's Hill last night to you. And I promise you that we will introduce the new forms of governance that will allow you to participate. And what do you have from Richard Seeley instead? He can't even tell the truth with a straight face. There's a meme going around about him talking about every metric has shown that this government is worse off. And I want to thank, I don't know who do it, but I want to thank the man that showed that everything that he said was lie, lie, and more lie. He was your member of parliament for 15 years. And Richard did not do for you other than one housing project. What else? And that was left there. I am saying to you, that's Bruce, my man, where I see you. Talk to me, my brother. You know that I ain't now come to town. You know that I ain't now come to town. So that when I tell you, my friends, that it is critical that you vote for your future, I can't be more explicit. I can't do no more. I can't do no more. And I'm asking you to go out on Wednesday morning and to vote for Marsha Caddle, because I need Marsha Caddle in my government in order to help us continue the transformation. Things may not be perfect, straight talk, but there has to be something larger, because in a family, you can't help everybody the same time. You got 4 or 5 or 6 children, Saitomia, Lillian. You can't help all the same time. And you help according to the immediate need, and then you say to the others, your turn, your turn, your turn. We haven't even gone a full term. So that when I ask you to continue on this journey, it is because your money and your taxpayers' money going in the services that you asked for. And Richard Seeley has the temerity. I knew that this last weekend was going to be a cuss fest. I knew that this last weekend was going to be about fake news. You already saw the allegations with respect to the accident and emergency wing. And you know what is wicked and pernicious? That within 2 weeks of coming to government, we announced that we would build a new accident and emergency wing. Because we felt that how people were being treated at the hospital, they needed more space and more decent surroundings and equipment to treat to them. Little did we know that COVID was coming. And thank God for it, because could you imagine social distancing in the old casualty? We would have been in Potter. And I'm bothered to tell you about how we took the decision to protect you in this community by making sure that our major cases for COVID went down to a dedicated facility that was the former U.S. Naval Base. In 4 weeks, we built a first-class hospital with more ICU beds than the QEH had in all of the years at the QEH. And we have since doubled it and about to tripled it, in fact, with turning tertiary into primary and secondary. But Richard Seeley, I know Richard all my life. Well, nobody can tell me about Richard. And Richard is easily one of the laziest men I have ever known in my 56 years.
Oh Lord, oh Lord.
But I want to tell him tonight too, Richard, careful what you ask for. Richard, careful what you ask for. Because you think that you may be clearing the way. Because this election is about leadership. We want you to decide a government in Bay Street, and they want you to decide a leader in George Street. You understand what I just told you? This Barbados Labour Party is interested in making sure that we build 10,000 new homes and making sure that you can use photovoltaic panels to help you pay your mortgage or for the cost of the house, and making sure that houses that exist now can get access to them panels 50,000 island-wide, because we have to adapt to the new realities of climate, making sure that we can deal with the fact that we cannot sustain a labor force that is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, because then your pensions will not be secure because there are not enough people working to be able to deal with the contributions. That is why Angela Merkel in Germany, which had similar demographic profile as Barbados, was forced to be able to deal with things to increase their population. I say to you tonight that Richard Seeley has come to you devoid of a program, devoid of a plan for transformation of this country. And his only interest is to call Verla president, 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 president. Does not know how to call a political leader, does not know how to call a prime minister, does not know how to call a leader of the opposition. Because in his eyes, Verla, who is his close family friend too, but if Verla and he grew up together, and he treated Verla so, what he would do with you? What he would do with you? You understand? What would he do with you? And I say to you tonight, you don't have to wonder. You had him for 15 years, and all he did was to make your life miserable and worse. That's what you told me in the last election. But he comes up here and talk about a red file. Give me the red bag there for my blanket, please. And I am not going to be irresponsible either. But Richard Seeley, careful what you ask for. And I understood you to be telling me that because you want David Eswick out of the way. Because you want Dennis Lowe out of the way. Because you want Michael Lashley out of the way. And you have all agreed and come together as men to take out Verla. We have been a responsible government. We have been a responsible government, and we will continue to be so. And even in spite of all of the temptations, I will use my considerable legal learning and experience, even though I do not practice law, and the advice of my Honorable Attorney General. I'm not getting into the salacious facts. But you see this document here? And there's a second one as a companion to it. It is a document delivered and presented to the Honorable Attorney General of Barbados. It is a document led by distinguished Queen's Counsel from overseas. It is a document that came to us 1 month after COVID started. And we had to make a judgment call. And they too could not travel because of COVID. What ain't catch you ain't pass you. The document reviews the overview, the scoping areas, the executive summary, and the 6 projects in greater detail. I will not go into the absolute details of the documents and the investigations because I am not giving any of them a chance to have a legal argument in any criminal case. But what I will do to you and for you is to show you that it relates to the Barbados Water Authority, to the Transport Board, to the Sanitation Services Authority, to the National Housing Corporation, to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and to the Barbados Port Incorporated. To the best of my knowledge, there has only been one minister who was responsible for the port under the Democratic Labour Party administration. Richard Seeley, careful what you ask for.
Oh, Lord.
And I say this to you. I have been an attorney at law since 1988. 1988, December. And I will not prostitute my professional reputation even for political purposes in this country. But what I will tell you is that the investigations will continue. And what I will tell you is that this government is not a part of either the judiciary or that part of it. But suffice it to say that our responsibility is to make available the resources for the investigation. Suffice it to say that in Trinidad and Tobago, who used the same firm to prosecute the same former ministers in their government, it took 4.5 years, and there was no COVID in Trinidad. So when I tell you, the people of Barbados, that we will honor you and that we will have discussions with you, because in some instances, the evidence may be clear, in some instances, the evidence is circumstantial. But what we will not do is to prostitute our legal system with political purposes. We simply report to you that there must be accountability and transparency for what was done. And whether they're found guilty or innocent, or different and multiple ones each, is not a matter for me, Mottley or Dale Marshall. It is a matter for the courts of this country, because that is the democracy that we have and we respect. I cannot be any clearer to you tonight. But I have not come here to give you salacious false rumors telling you that Marsha and her husband did a QEH renovation at A&E for $37 million, when we all know that the renovations were done for $17 million by a company called Jada that is well known to Richard Seeley. Do not cross the line. Streets, don't tell me to cool it down, because I have come here tonight with a very clear message. I have come with a message that the rest of all of the where I came from tonight have said to you in Carrington Village. They want Marsha Caddle too, because they know her work in bringing to Barbados' economy the benefits that she has brought. And they have said that they cannot and have not seen how the Democratic Labour Party, as disorganized, as devoid of leadership, as devoid of a program, can help you in Barbados in 2022. They may help you in 2032, but not in 2022. And I ask you, therefore, as I go to Pike Corner, apply your hearts to wisdom. Understand who has done for you. The good book tells you to judge us by our deeds. The dancehall tune says action, not a bag of words. And we have come here to deliver a report, but to also deliver a program that can carry you to higher heights. We have come here tonight to tell you that when we said we will share the burden, but we will share the bounty, we mean it. And I ask you therefore tonight, stay focused. Stay focused. Come out early. Wear your mask. Sanitize. And go into that polling station. And know that C comes before S in every respect in this campaign. Caddle before Seeley. Send Richard Seeley back into retirement. Where was he when you were facing the storms? Where was he? He didn't care about you then. He didn't care about you during the ashfall. He didn't care about you during Elsa. How could you know that you intend to run and you don't turn up for 3 years? I was a person who lost an election. And I know what it is within 12 hours of being declared the loser to go back in my constituency and to work every single day to earn the respect of the people in my constituency. Where was Richard Seeley? Was he hibernating from Fulcrum? I don't know, but I want you to give Marsha Caddle the vote. A gone, I love you bad. Wednesday morning, do what you gotta do. Give me Marsha Caddle. Give this Barbados Labour Party the chance to make your life better. Thank you and goodbye.
Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. She not doing it for fame. Stamp your ex by she name. Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle.
Saddle up a foot, caddle up. The work that she doing is fabulous, like saving the economy, love for the family, and free Wi-Fi. Marshallous.
And everything that she do spectacular. She got a vision, don't need binocular. He even walked to the village to talk to you. Put the X-Book there for Marsha, yeah. It is Marsha we voting. Constituents know she ain't joking.
Check the canal, the boats come floating. You know development is she motive.
Care, commitment, courage, we voting. Marsha Caddle. Care, commitment, courage, we voting.
You ready, bye? Come out tonight. I know now that nobody ain't really voting for Richard Seeley no more. If you had your mind made up that you was gonna even give Richard Seeley a vote, I think after you see the red bag, I would not risk that. I would not risk voting for any Richard Seeley again. I told you all tonight that Marsha Caddle is the one that you need in St. Michael's South Central. Send Marsha back to Parliament. Marsha has been looking out for your needs. In 3.5 years, Marsha has distinguished herself as a better representative than Richard Seeley in the 15 years that he represented this constituency. And Mayor Mottley has outlined tonight that she needs Marsha Caddle back in the Parliament of Barbados to continue to save Barbados and restore the prominence of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to you tonight a speaker who will be called the conscience of the Barbados Labour Party. Every time that I open my phone and I look for any WhatsApp or any email, this man is sending me messages about Barbados and about how this government has performed. No government in the history of Barbados has done what we have done in 3.5 years and against all the headwinds that were blowing. Everything that was against us. And therefore, he is the conscience of our party. He is the conscience of this government. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Ambassador David Commission. Come, David.
Good evening, Carrington Village. Carrington Village, it is an honor for me to be here in the hometown of the great George Lamming. The village that George Lamming wrote about in the castle of my skin, the greatest Caribbean novel, Carrington Village. That is your heritage. It is an honor to be here. Brothers and sisters, I have been involved in the political life of Barbados since 1984. Even longer than Mia Amor Mottley. Longer than anybody running either on the BLP or the DLP ticket, except my brother Trevor Prescod. So I have seen it all. I was there with the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow. I saw Sandy Ford. I saw Owen Arthur, David Thompson, Frundell Stewart. I've seen it all. And I'm telling you that there is no political administration that I have ever seen that has achieved more than the Mia Amor Mottley administration has done in just 3.5 years. It is tremendous. It is tremendous. You know the story. 3.5 years ago, the Barbadian people were in despair. Barbados had been crippled, brought to its knees. And in despair and desperation, the Barbadian people turned to Mia Mottley and the BLP to save Barbados. And within the space of 18 months, Barbados had been put right. Government's finances were in order, were stable. The foreign reserves were close to $3 billion. Civil servants had been given salary increases, and we can go on and on. You know the story because you have heard it from these platforms in 18 months. Now, what was responsible for that? Did Barbados suddenly discover deposits of gold and diamonds and petroleum and bauxite? What was responsible for the turnaround? There was only one thing responsible for the turnaround: the intelligence, the skill, the creative imagination, the discipline, the character, the determination of Mia Amor Mottley and her administration. And I have pointed out to Miss Mottley, you heard her mention it tonight, the first order of business was to deal with that monumental financial and economic crisis. And Miss Mottley was able to put together a team led by her, including Minister Ryan Strawn, one of the great developmental economists, including Minister Marsha Caddle, another outstanding developmental economist, including Dr. Clyde Maskell, Professor Avinash Prescod, Dr. Kevin Greenidge, and a public servant that I will include in the team. He's not a political man. He's the Director of Finance, Mr. Ian Carrington, but a very important part of the team because he brings good old-fashioned Bajan common sense and a feeling for the numbers to the team. Now, brothers and sisters, this team, with their intelligence, their skill, and their imagination, did things that were supposed to be impossible to do. First of all, you invite in the IMF and you present the IMF with a homegrown Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan. In other words, usually when the IMF comes and imposes on a country. This team had the intelligence and skill to work out a homegrown program suited to Barbados, designed to protect the Barbadian people, and they had the skill to sell it to the IMF. Can you imagine? Usually in an IMF program, the IMF gets rid of things like free education. This team convinced the IMF that you had to make an exception with Barbados, that education was so critical to the Barbados developmental model that free university education was not a luxury, it was a necessity. And in the middle of an IMF program, Barbados reinstated free university education. Unheard of. Unheard of. In the middle of an IMF program, Barbados gave all public servants a 5% salary increase. Unheard of. That is a tribute to the brilliance of the team. Listen, you remember when Miss Mottley came in, one of the first things she did was she suspended all Barbados government payments to the external creditors, the international banks. And she said to them, look, we only have 4 weeks of foreign reserves. We have to protect the Barbadian people. We can't pay you. Not that we are not going to pay you, but we are saying to you, you need to sit down with us and renegotiate this debt so that it is more manageable for Barbados and it does not imperil the Barbadian people. And you remember, Delisle Worrell, the former governor of the central bank, sold his services to the external creditors. And there was a face-off. And the Mottley team was so tremendous that they faced off against all of these international banks and Delisle Worrell, who obviously had inside information because he used to be our central bank governor. And who prevailed? We prevailed because you know what happened? The international creditors said, yes, we agree with you. We have to renegotiate. In fact, we agree with you. We will reduce 25% of the principal of the debt that Barbados owes, and we will reduce 35% of the accumulated interest that Barbados owes. That saved Barbados $1 billion. You understand what I'm saying? Just the intelligence, the skill of the Mottley A team saved Barbados $1 million, $1 billion. And so the point I'm making is, look, for a small country like Barbados with no real natural resources, it is all about the ability and the intelligence of the people, but also of the leadership. And when you look at the quality of the leadership, when you look at the Mia Mottleys and the Marsha Caddles and the Ryan Straughns and the Sandra Husbandses, and you can go to Trevor Press and you can go on, and you compare with the other side, there's absolutely no comparison. So, brothers and sisters, this should not be any difficult decision. Look, even this thing about when COVID came, and the government had to respond to COVID. Yeah, COVID came and destroyed tourism, and it was a big public health challenge. But I am telling you, perhaps the greatest year of accomplishment in the history of Barbados was the year 2020. When we responded, can you imagine the brilliance of Mia Mottley, the brilliance of the team? A month before COVID was declared to be a pandemic, the Mottley administration decided we were going to build a COVID treatment hospital at Harrison's Point. And they came up with a brilliant strategy. we were going to develop specialist COVID health facilities that we would keep separate from the general health facilities. Brilliance again. The 12-month welcome stamp. Brilliance. The best program to save the jobs of the tourism workers. Brilliance again. The point I am making, the most precious resource we have in our country is intelligence, creative imagination, character, and skill. And that the Barbados Labour Party has in abundance. And that is what underlines this blueprint for transformation. It is all about thinking outside the box. It is about brilliance. It is about technical competence. And so there's really no choice. These BLP ministers should not even having to be talk so much, because the choice is so clear. And I'll end on this. I will end on this. The last interaction I had with Marsha, Caddle, before the elections were called, was the week before the COP26 conference in Glasgow. Minister Mottley had the initiative to bring to Barbados the executive director of the Green Climate Fund. This is the fund set up by the United Nations to funnel money towards countries that have to respond to the global warming. This Green Climate Fund that is headquartered in South Korea has tremendous financial assets. Mia brought the guy to Barbados in the week leading up to COP. Marsha, Caddle had the responsibility to deal with this guy, to negotiate with him. And out of that has come the concept that Barbados will be developing a green bank that is going to have investment from the Green Climate Fund and will deploy $150 million to do social and developmental work all across Barbados. That is Marsha Caddle. Then she went to Glasgow to help negotiate the funding, the $100 billion a year that the developed countries have to make available to small developing countries like Barbados to adapt to the global warming. Marsha Caddle is Barbados's key negotiator, making sure that Barbados gets its fair share of that US $100 billion a year. We only need a half of 1%. Brothers and sisters, this is an MP. This is a minister of government who is indispensable. We cannot afford to lose her. We are depending on her to bring tremendous resources to Barbados. And there's no comparison between her and any Richard Seeley. When we had the sewage problem on the South Coast, and Seeley was Minister of Tourism, what did Seeley do? There was sewage going into the sea on the South Coast. Instead of Seeley admitting that we had a problem and getting to work to solve the problem, Seeley decided instead that he was going to try to mamagai the Barbadian people. Instead of acknowledging the problem, fix it and face it and fix it, Seeley went bathing in the Jobby water, got the photographers to take a picture, and said to the Barbadian people, there is no problem. Everything is fine. That is a man of no character. You don't want somebody who is there to deceive you and mamagai you. You want a serious representative where when there is a problem, they will acknowledge the problem and get to work to fix the problem. That is the kind of representative you have in Marsha Caddle. Vote her in your thousands on Wednesday. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I voted for BLP.
Reverend David tell you where Richard Seeley went swimming and what he went swimming in. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you before that the Barbados government and the Barbados Labour Party is in safe hands, is in great hands. I told you that the young MPs that we have in this party and the new MPs that are going to emerge after January the 19th ensures your future is secure. They ensure that you are going to have a secure future. One of those MPs and a person who is distinguishing himself in his ministry, the ministry of the blue economy. Now, I don't like to talk a lot of technical things at these meetings, but Barbadians have the worth to be able to understand some of the issues with which we are dealing. We talk about how do we secure our future. And the young man that is coming to you is one who is more than able to be able to deal with some of the issues before us. We need him in Mayor Mottley's cabinet. He is the man who was the giant killer in the last election. In 2018, he took out the Prime Minister. There are not many people in Barbados who have ever taken out the Prime Minister. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to you one of the young, bright people in the Barbados Labour Party, one for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, the representative for St. Michael South, who is going to be returned as our representative on January the 19th. Kirk Humphrey, bring Kirk Humphrey to the stage.
You ain't school. I know you ain't that.
If you want to be sure about your future, bring Kirk Humphrey to the stage.
So I get money balls and farm my life. I'll be voting for Humphrey all the time. I'll be riding with Humphrey all the time. I'll be working with Humphrey all the time. So I get money balls and farm my life. Trust the process, bigger progress. Helping poor people and me know test. People greatness, it ain't no less. Auntie me a choose Kirk, she know best. Trust the process, bigger progress. Helping poor people and me know test. People greatness, it ain't no less.
Auntie Mia choose Kirk, she know best. Good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. It is very nice to be here with you all this evening and to say a few words on behalf of my friend and my constituency neighbor, Marsha Caddle. I have spoken in this election now a few times, but every time I get the opportunity to speak for Marsha, I say the same thing, which is that when you compare Richard Seeley to Marsha Caddle, it is chalk and cheese. This election, my friends, as the Prime Minister just said, is one of the more important elections of our time. And so as I stand here, I thank God that I have the opportunity to be part of it, and that I have the opportunity to be part of it with someone like Marsha, who I know will be the next representative again for the constituency of St. Michael South Central. And when I say to you that Marsha is necessary, I really, really mean that Marsha is necessary. And that the amount of work that Ms. Caddle has done for this country is so significant and yet unknown by many Barbadians. Many people do not fully understand what Marsha is doing for Barbados, and that her work is critical to the success of ministries like my own, ministries like the one that my friend Godinejel has, ministries like the Ministry of Environment, and that essentially Marsha is helping us all finance the development work in this country. And some people would want to come and tell you that Marsha hasn't done enough to deserve your vote. A man who has done absolutely nothing in 3.5 years wants to tell you about Marsha Caddle. Richard Seeley does not deserve the votes of the people in this constituency. And I say so with my conscience very clear. I have come tonight to talk to the people in Carrington Village about a good woman and a nuisance of a man.
And it is important because in this election, all of a sudden, and I think these are serious things, all of a sudden Richard wants to frame himself as a pillar of virtue, the closest person in politics to God. Every minute you turn on the internet, he is in a video dancing to gospel songs. This election cannot be about gimmicks and trickery. And that is the kind of thing that Richard Seeley wishes to offer to the people. This election is about our capacity to be able to live in a very uncertain future. And I say so because I know what our country has to deal with. And I know the kind of persons that we need to be able to adequately deal with it. Richard Seeley is not such a man, but Marsha Caddle is such a woman. And that we therefore need to ensure that when January 19th at 6 p.m. those votes start to count, that we hear Caddle, Caddle, Caddle. You know, you saw Verla speaking about the manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party. And that Verla said that Mia is such an arrogant despot that Mia would have her face big and all of our faces small. Y'all heard that? And that she said that anybody who does that is not a leader, because a leader should have their face the same size as everybody else's. But on the Democratic Labour Party manifesto, who is on the front page? A very big picture of Verla de Pisa and nobody else. No Richard Seeley, no David Estwick, no Lashley, nobody. So by her own definition, she defines herself as somebody who is not a leader. But one of my colleagues, one of my canvassers, saw Richard Seeley in Lanes Road. And he asked Richard Seeley, how is it that you had all this talk for us, having Mia's face big and the rest of us a little smaller, and y'all were saying that is not leadership, and the only person's face on the outside of the manifesto is Verla de Pisa. And Richard in his sheepish voice said, well, we on the inside. Richard said we inside. Well, Richard Seeley, we outside. The Barbados Labour Party is here to represent the interests of poor people, ordinary people. That is why Richard has so many posters all over the place, trying to convince you that he is more of a leader than Verla de Pisa is. Trying to convince you that he is worthy not by virtue of anything that he has done or is doing, but by virtue of the fact that he has a few posters and that he wants to be elected on the basis of having good posters. And that is it. Not good programs, not good policies, nothing. And you heard tonight that Mia said, the Prime Minister said that Richard is coming very close to the crease. He's mashing the crease. And I'm saying to you tonight that he's outside the crease and will be stumped. Because this election is not about gimmickry, tricks, forgers. I'm trying to be careful with my words because the other day they tell me that I'm slandering somebody or getting close by telling the truth. I know it can't be slander if it is the truth. And I heard Richard Seeley say the other night that he's done everything in the port. He's responsible for all the development of the taxis. And in fact, that what the Barbados Labour Party should do is continue his great work. And when he was there, the taxi men would tell you that they could not get Richard Seeley to meet with them. And that all of their issues were forever put on the back burner. And that they could not resolve any of the serious issues affecting the taxi men in the port. And now he wishes to come and claim some leadership role in their advancement. They would tell you, however, the taxi men, that they met with this Barbados Labour Party administration way more times than they got to meet with their minister in the DLP time. They would also tell you that when we came into office, because of the fact that I have a strong belief that people, ordinary people, need to work in proper places, that we fixed the recreation center that they had that had fallen to pieces. They would tell you that. And they would tell you that we also fixed, in fact, we built a brand new dispatch center for the taxi men inside the port. So inside the port and outside of the port, we made sure they had modern amenities and facilities that they could go and use the bathroom, relax in air condition. Richard Seeley tells the people the truth. And that all of the real good development for the taxi operators occurred with us. But also tell them that in your time you did little to address the deficiencies in the port, and that there were disproportionate amounts going to the larger taxi operators and smaller amounts going to the smaller taxi operators, and that we brought them in and said, this cannot work. Tell them that. Tell them that it was this Barbados Labour Party administration that brought the taxi men together and said, you all need to come together with a program. We will work with you and market your products on the cruise ships. So that on the cruise ships currently, under them, the only persons able to market their products were the larger taxi operators. It wasn't the taxi men. It wasn't the small men that live in Carrington Village. It wasn't the small people that live in BLP and Brittensill and Lanes Road, Marsha. It was the big taxi operators, the big people that Richard liked. No, he wants to tell you that he's found the poor people. Since when? Since when? Richard Seeley wants to come and claim that he has been all of this in the port. Tell them, Richard, if it was your government that working now with the taxi operators to develop an app so that they can offer that service and say, look, as a unified group of taxi operators, we want to make sure that people in Barbados can take the same tours that the larger taxi operators are offering them. And Lisa Cummins is here. She would tell you that during COVID, we said you have to make sure that these smaller taxi operators get money too. And when the cruise lines were only seeking to offer their business to the larger tour operators, we met with them. In fact, we sent them a very scathing letter in which we said, this is Barbados. It is not your country. This belongs to the taxi operators and the bus drivers. This government, not Richard Seeley's government, Richard's government encouraged it. And he needs to tell the truth. And that there was an 80% going to the larger ones and 20% going to the smaller ones, and that he did nothing to address it. And that when we are done, there's got to be some parity between the smaller taxi operators, the small people in this country, and the larger taxi operators. So when Richard wants to come and parade in front of you that all of a sudden he is taking care of poor people, there is no truth in it. In fact, it is nothing but a rumor spread by Richard Seeley for his benefit. And he wants to paint himself as an economist. The other day you saw a video, Richard stumbling over all kinds of numbers. Want to explain to you what GDP is. Want to talk to you about GMP, Persian parity, as if he knows. And that all the time he was in the parliament, never once could he speak on those things, reciting notes given to him by somebody else. This administration is loaded with people of talent and with brain. And how can you dare compare yourself as a poo-poo economist to somebody like Marsha Caddle, who's a real economist? Tell me how you could compare yourself, a man with no community track record of value, to somebody like Marsha, who is showing distinction and service to the people in the community. Now let us be fair. Let us be fair. We, as a government, was given a very hard break, no doubt. And that COVID has been a very hard experience for all of us, no doubt. And that no government across the world was prepared to deal with COVID because none of us have seen anything like it. But they want to compare their own experiences when things were good to our experiences in a time of COVID. So they're comparing themselves in the best economic times to us in the worst economic times. And our economic performance in the worst economic times is better than their performance in the best economic times. It is a tale, my friends, of two cities. It really is. And that in our case, we have done as much as any government could be required to do in these circumstances. Richard Seeley needs to come clean and tell the people the truth. And I have no axe to grind with the man, you know. I really have no axe. If I saw him now, I would speak to him. But I do not understand how people could think that which worked in politics 25 years ago, 30 years ago is adequate. And that everybody who is coming back on the Democratic Labour Party ticket is bringing the same old tricks. Want to tell lies on Marsha. Want to tell lies on Mia and on me. Want to tell lies on Tony Moore. The same old tricks. But I know it is written that those who dig a pit will fall in it. And Richard will fall in the pit that he diggeth for himself. Because you only have to expose him to a little bit of rigor to see that there is nothing in the man. You only have to expose him to a little bit of questions to see that there is nothing in the man. And that all over Carrington Village and all over Britainsill, Richard wants to now come and paint himself as a leader. On what basis? On what basis? Marsha, you should tell them of the work that you are doing to make sure that this blue economy is financed. Let me explain something to you very quickly. We came to office with a promise that we were going to do what we call a debt for nation swap. It is a case where a country is so much in debt that you could sell some of that debt to somebody who's willing to buy it at a discount. And then the savings, so if it's $1, you sell it at 85 cents, and the 15 cents you put back into the marine space. And we had believed at the time, coming into office, our debt was so high that we would be able to sell our debt cheap and use the discount to finance the marine space. But as a part of the economic team, Marsha Caddle, Minister Mottley, Ryan Strawn went to work so steadfastly on your behalf that all over the world, a country in as much debt as Barbados was, when they attempt to sell it, people would buy it cheap. But Barbados performed so well, Marsha did such a good job that nobody was prepared to buy our debt, to sell our debt cheap. So instead of being able to pay 85 cents for it, they were asking people to pay $1 and more. So our performance was so good that our debt was selling at par. And it meant that for me, it was a good thing for the country, but for me, it meant that I did not have the extra money to do things in the marine space. Because Marsha worked so hard that people had so much faith in our economy. That is a woman there of value and of virtue. St. Michael, South Central, you have an excellent candidate. An excellent candidate in Marsha. But we did not stop there. Because we know the marine space is important, Marsha went back to work. And Marsha is now working with international agencies to do the most transformative and innovative financing of a blue economy in the world. And when this is announced, it is going to put Barbados on the map. And you will hear my name for it, but Marsha Caddle did most of the work. You're Marsha Caddle. So when I say to you tonight, St. Michael, South Central, that the government of Barbados needs Marsha Caddle, I say so very clear in my mind that for all of our ministries to be able to survive and to thrive, we need someone with the brains that Marsha Caddle has. We need someone who is as steadfast and as disciplined as Marsha Caddle is. We need somebody who will be as committed to this country as Marsha Caddle is. Richard Seeley has no basis, none, on which to say he has committed himself to this country. The only thing they are offering is that they hope you forgot what they did in 3 years. That is it. That is it. All their whole platform is built on the idea that they hope that you forgot what they did in 3 years. Because this country is DLP country according to them. And that Barbadians have short memories according to them. But tell them you did not forget the sewage in the street. You did not forget the buses that had holes in them. The fishermen did not forget the quality of the markets. You did not forget the feeling of this country when you felt like you had a burden on your shoulders. You are not ungrateful. You know who built this country back up with your help. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are two choices really in St. Michael South Central. You can choose to go back to the old way with Richard Seeley, or you can choose to go forward with a woman who is of quality like Marsha Caddle is. You can choose a government that has done nothing in 10 years when they were in office for ordinary people, or you can choose a government whose every action has been to elevate ordinary people in this country. You can choose a leader in Verla de Pisa, if you choose to call her that, or you can choose someone who exhibits leadership like Minister Mottley, someone who says Barbados has to be inclusive, who made a way for Rasta people, who made a way for vendors, who made a way for fishermen, who made a way for young people who had charges, who made a way for Muslims so they don't have to take off the facial garbs. A person who says inclusivity is important. That is the kind of government that you have. So on the 19th of January, ladies and gentlemen, your choice for this constituency is clear. Go to the polls and elect Marsha Caddle as your next representative. And when you do so, you elect someone who will look out for you, for your children, and for your children's children. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. God bless.
We voted for Minister Mottley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And then we go along, active, the BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Minister Mottley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and that crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Love, active.
I tell you that the Barbados Labour Party is in good hands, and the government is in good hands. I got some young people coming, by Minister Mottley, and then people gone. You got Marsha Caddle and Kirk Humphrey and Davidson Ishmael, and then people to come. So the Barbados and the Barbados Labour Party is in good hands. Now they tell me I'm going to move fast, but I keep telling them all the time, if you want to go back to the dark days of the Dems that destroyed Barbados, go and vote for them on January the 19th. All the things that they're talking about, we fix already. All the things that we found, we fix already. But let me tell you this. There's one piece of this puzzle that speaks to how we can develop this country. The transformative program that we have is rooted in things like what we have at Golden Square. It is beautiful. It is world class. But it reflects the inner being of Barbados. And it's built on the backs of our own people. And therefore, when you're talking about the conscience of a people and the rootings of a people, the man that I'm going to bring to you, he is one of the people that I also call the conscience of the Barbados Labour Party. He is the conscience of our nation. I want you to bring to the stage, welcome him, the lion himself, Trevor Prescod, our representative for St. Michael East. This is the man that has been a giant killer for a long time. And this is the man, when Trevor Prescod speaks, Trevor Prescod speaks about what Barbados is and gives us the pride that we can build upon as a people, as a black people, as a people of African descent. But Golden Square represents everything that is Barbados, and Trevor Prescod is the conscience of the people that we have. Come, Trevor, come.
One more chance, my heart still beating. Been alive, but I'm still breathing. I don't know what tomorrow may bring, but I got a feeling. Oh, now I am alive. There must be a reason. I was given one more chance. My heart still beats.
Good night, Carrington Village. Good night, Marsha, Kellyanne. This is your brother, Trevor Prescod. Want to make the record straight tonight. Marsha, I all the love I have brought here for you from St. Michael's East. And I personally brought my love to you. Listen, when Marsha indicated to me that she had an interest in politics, after having a discussion with Marsha at George Lamin School, still in Carrington Village, in the discussion, Marsha indicated to me she had an interest in Carrington Village. And at the time, my friend, I don't know if he's still my friend, Brother David Gill, was also showing an interest. And in my judgment, I saw someone with superior intellect. I saw someone who I believe was a sister, the salt of the earth. I looked at the two persons. I lied in my bed and thought about this, looked into the ceiling, and I said I want the best for Carrington Village, and I said Marsha Caddle is the best. I want to talk to you tonight about a phenomenon called social stratification. And what is that? It is about a young man looking relatively old, coming from Strathclyde to Carrington Village to impart special values in the people of Carrington Village. I was also a paralyzed strand running next door to Richard Seeley was Marsha Caddle. And I had to make a decision to put what was happening in Carrington Village in its true perspective. And I reflect on a book written by an outstanding Carrington Village man called George Lamin, In the Castle of My Skin. And that road there called Belmont Road separated the elites of the day from the rustics here in Carrington Village. That's what they call them. Because Carrington Village emerged out of hard economic times during the period where sugar cane was dominant. And when the planter class recognized that they were in trouble because sugar was on the decline and limited revenue was coming in, they sold off the lands in Carrington Village. And Lady Carter and the governor of the day asked, why are you going to put slums so close to Government House? Something will have to be wrong with the heads of mankind if a boy who lived in total isolation from the dynamics of poverty can come down to Carrington Village from an isolated district in Highgate and teach you values. We have long past that time. You must go and read In the Castle of My Skin. There was no one in the intellectual community that was more popular than George Laming. Coming out of the bowels of Carrington Village. You have produced the best. You have produced the best. Although Ramesses Caddle was not part of this dispensation, I would be subjective and a liar to tell you that he did not make a contribution. Although Louis Tell, I can tell you something now. You know, when I developed this business for Louis Tell, when I heard Richard Seeley in the House of Assembly telling Louis Tell, you're nobody, no? I don't care anything about you, you're nobody. And I asked, why you say that? Asked Louis. I said, why you said that about Louis Tell? Why you say it? The same way you say it about Louis Tell, you will say it about me, because you're of the opinion that nothing good can come out of Nazareth. You believe that nobody in the Ivy, nobody in the Pine, nobody in Emerton Lane, nobody in the Pine again, or any place that you perceive to be ghetto can make any meaningful contribution to the people of Barbados. And you feel that a little black girl like Marsha should never be in the House of Assembly, although she has shown superior intellect. You judge people on merit, not on the color of their skin. You don't come down here in Carrington Village and expect to fight Marsha, and expect little black boys and girls in Carrington Village, in Halls Road, in the Ivy, in Flint Hall, all around here. We will declare war on you, Richard. Your inter-class stratification from an evil perspective. You believe that you're better than us because you were eating with knife and fork from the time you were 6 months old. Your mother gave you everything. You born with a gold spoon, and you coming down here to discredit a young lady who came from poor parentage. Her mother came from in Pinder's Gap, Howell's Crossroad. She was my friend. She went to school at Belmont School, not St. Winifred's or St. Gabriel's. Richard was a backdoor entry into Harrison College. He never passed 11 plus exam yet.
Oh Lord.
Here comes Saul. Here comes Saul. Saul is an exhibitionist from Harrison College. Richard Seeley came through the back door. In other words, as long as you came from a family like Richard Seeley, you didn't even have to go to the examination room. Your father or your mother would go behind, talk to a man in the back that they knew, because they believe there's a privileged class and they can circumvent the system itself and put him. You know, after that, it was nothing but failure in his life. The boy is a buffoon. The ball can swallow. The ball got his chest push up in the air. Talking, the ball can eat baking powder. A big stupid man. I listened to him in St. Michael's School, and I heard his parents say, I know my son one of these days is going to be a leader in Barbados. What a great intellect he has. Who, Richard Seeley? Well, if Richard Seeley had a 11 plus, now he'd be in real trouble. No! At this age. Never made a sensible statement in the House Assembly yet. It's only that people know how to manipulate this system that he can lay claims that he went to Harrison College. Well, if Richard Seeley went to Harrison College, all of us Could start school in the universities. The only way he could succeed in that way is if the size of his head qualify him to be a man of brain. He got a big head but a very small brain. And you know why I am this way with him? Because he told Louis Tully he is nobody, and you're seeing a manifestation of the same attitude to Marsha Caddle. And I want to know how people down here that produce Ramesses Caddle, that produce Gallas Clark, that produce the same Gill Boys, that can produce Jerry Goddard, all Wills and Royals, could look to a man from Highgates. Not that everybody in Highgates wicked, you know, but he was part of that community. When a little boy coming from the Pine took up a puppy in that community, and a white lawyer beat that boy brutally in Highgates. And because the boy had a charge before the court, the judiciary, the police, he was on a bond. And the police sent that boy after receiving a severe beating in that community. And nobody's, the same people that are up there that can beg off for people when they do the most felonious acts in Barbados, the same people did not even beg the court or beg the police to give the little boy a break. And that little black boy had to go to jail after getting beat for taking up a puppy after he left the beach. I'm talking about a dangerous mindset. I'm talking about a dangerous mindset. It is all people, working class people. Look, Marsha, I felt so good when I saw you side of me walking up the House Assembly steps. And we have always had discussions about that. You know why? People might talk about Marsha being an economist and how economist is the greatest thing in the world. There's a lot of monkey economists too, but not Marsha. Marsha is a development economist. If you hear Marsha talking about economics, you will believe it's a foreign subject in comparison to some of the economists in Barbados. All little boy down in the city, everybody was talking, telling me this boy is an economist because he read up at Careful, so they say. But I still want to see the certification. Because I got my doubts about these people, a lot of bogus people about Barbados. A lot of people know, especially since they got computers, they're going to come up with a lot of little things. I went to investigate the university, but I can't remember saying this young man or young woman about university. If you want that kind of person, if you want those kinds of persons to lead you in this country, I would know that you need barbed wire to wrap around the entire nation because a nation of insane people. Let's get serious. This is this period in human history. It's some of the most difficult challenges. Now, nobody with a peanut brain can wrestle with the issues that we have to deal with. My brother Commissar was talking the other night, and I listened attentively because he's a Harrison College student, and Marsha is a Harrison College student that got saints and passed the exams. And Commissar began to deal with the concept of a green and a blue economy. Richard City would think you mean something to do with paint. If you tell him about blue or green economy, the boy is an idiot. When Commissar began to talk about emissions that come in from fossil fluid, well, Richard City didn't know you talk about, mate. He would believe it got something to do with a layer foot if he had fossil fluid. You buy ignorant. And you got people in Carnival that send to school children at Combermere, St. Michael's, all the private schools. in Carrington Village with far more brain, more commitment, experience about poverty than Richard Seeley. He doesn't know what poverty is. My poor people are going to get conscious about these realities. I beg you, this would not be a blunder. This is a fundamental mistake. If a black boy from poor parentage, look, Boyd was my cousin, David Boyd. And I came down here for David Boyd, and I apologized after he stopped speaking to me for about 2 years. Because I wasn't satisfied with what he was doing to Carrington Village. He born out there as well. You have some wonderful, intelligent, far-sighted individuals living down here. Carrington Village has excelled in academics, in sports, in culture, in everything. Why would you want to go up there and bring down a stupid boy talking and like he mouths tough up with something and trying to make you believe that he's intelligent when you know that his father has a perception that he was born somebody, that he has pedigree, and that he could come down to Carrington Village and teach you values. See Carrington Village? You see Lady Carter? You see all these people that call down here slums? Yes, Lady Carter said it was a slum area. You should never have it near the government house. No respect for ordinary people in this country. We broke through in the 1950s as a consequence of what people like you did in the 1930s. That is what it's about. Ordinary working class people fought the fight in the 1930s, and eventually the people sit in slips and got the control of the politics of Barbados, the middle class group in this country. When you go back, and when you talk about National Hero Square, and you talk about Freedom Park, and you talk about the Republic, it is symbolic representation of a journey that we have traveled from the first time we came here in the 17th century to this day. And this party is still on that historic journey. The discussion now on the agenda in the post-election period would be about reparations, David. It would be about economic enfranchisement. Eastern people, Africa and Asia, must be able to control some part of this economy. Owning our economy, owning our property. Not black people walking about, can't pay the light bill, can't pay the water bills, are working hard. Look, we used to die during the plantation era. The oldest of us used to live to about 42 years, but used to look like 342 because of the hard work that we had on the plantations. I told the men the other day when I was in Titchburn or when I was in Haggett Hall, because I lived in Haggett Hall for a while too. My mother got a piece of land in Haggett Hall, and nobody on the sun could put anything for she land, and she did. You know why? It was a struggle for black people to own land in this country. We didn't live in any gated communities because we didn't even have a gate. We had 4 acres or 5 acres. We were struggling to get it at 1,000 and something square feet to put a little shanty inside there and an out toilet all back up by Cranston Brown Place. And we had to walk out at night, get a toilet at midnight, and visit the mice and the roaches. And sometimes a big rat with shining red eyes will come face to face with you, and you have to defecate right there. And you know you can bring home a friend. Because if a friend come home with you, if a friend come home with you, you only had newspaper and brown paper that you get from the shop, and you gonna go rip a paper bag in half and tell the fella, you have to be in the washroom, and your washroom, he talking foreign language. Washroom is a toilet, a closet. That's what we had. 1950s, man. The 1950s. Especially before black government, we had that in Barbados. You really believe that you invest authority in a man who always in his lifetime wanted to turn back the gains of the black people of this country? That man had a constituency office down there. Yeah. You know, in order for him to get the extra money, he moved his office from Carrington Village into the DLP headquarters and took the money from Parliament that he was given by the government to pay rent. He was given money to pay rent. He moved the office from in Carrington Village. And he said the people of Carrington Village like begging all the time. Disrespectful to working class black people. And you down here dumb and shutting off your ears and saying you was a DLP. You was a DLP and a man eating lobster and all kind of thing. You can't even eat saltfish or pigtail. You're crazy? You serious? You should hear Marsha Caddle. Marsha Caddle might not push off the vibes like me, but she goes through a sober analysis, very objective and fair. And I ask you here in Carrington Village, all of you within earshot, join this campaign in South Central. Because Marsha Caddle must come home on the 19th of this month as the parliamentary representative of this community. This when Grant Adams fought for the ballot in 1951. Grant Adams had to go for Bensia Cox, ordinary people. Marsha has risen in academic achievements vertically in comparison with these men. Grantley Adams had to go for Ronald Mapp. He had to go for Frank Walcott. Ronald Mapp was a simple school teacher. Cox was a taxi driver. Frank Walcott only became a trade unionist as a result of Grantley Adams, but Frank Walcott used to cut nylon and cotton in the stores in Bridgetown. But they felt that these men had a conviction, a commitment to transformation, and that they would have done wonders in order to transform the quality of life of black people. No, they didn't study other people. Not that you have any contempt for them, but they were already living fine. Why do you think that I am so adamant that I must get some compensation from a man called Drax in England? They were living fine from the 17th century. And I just came from St. George. And I tell them that if there's one thing that I must do that is fundamental, is fight that case where a colonial entity can own a plantation from the 17th century up to today. And when asked to apologize for the enslavement of people, although he knows his grandparents wrote the slave codes, although he knew his grandparents stood up for an ideology which was sinister, that black people were not human beings, he refused but holds high office. It is not to happen here. And you can't put a character like Richard Seeley in Parliament again. It's only that you don't know if he got hair in the palm of his hands because there's no evidence. But he was among men and women who knew that wrong was being done in the House of Assembly. You see these people all of a sudden, because they feel you got short memories and you're foolish, these people could come down in a community like this and ask you for a vote again. Only 3.5 years ago, you made a decision. And you give some kind of verification or confirmation to the view that you have no sense, that you're dependent on these peanut brain people to come to Parliament with itchy trigger fingers, with adhesive in their hands, that everything they touch and is not properly anchored, they can move. I want, okay, Brother Lynch. Look, Carrington Village, this campaign is really too short. It is really too short. And Marsha, I'm sorry that I come to Carrington Village on the eve of an election. I should have had at least one more week or 2 more weeks to skin this man called Richard Skeely, strip him naked, and expose the vulgar nature of this entity. But there will be times that we will speak on these issues. And I want to thank you for believing that I was worthy enough to come down here and explain who you are, Marsha. You are my sister. You are my friend. This is an inseparable. Don't think, I don't know you if you talk these things too, but I don't want you to think that I have a love for her. That is big, a love for her, because there's so much of her. Born in Howells Cross, her mother born and grew up in Howells Cross Road. I came from up there. Marsha born and grew up in Haggett Hall. I am also from there, right? So this is a friend to eternity. And I believe that the Lord has endowed you with special characteristics, and certainly Richard Skeely do not possess them. And I hope that the people in Carrington Village will judge you on merit. The man is a snob. The man is a snob, and he looks down on all of these. And I hope that you all quite understand the message that I deliver you today. Thank you very much for having Trevor Prescod here in Carrington Village.
There must be a reason. I was given one more chance. My heart still beating. Oh, they made a ditch from one, but there would be two in their attempt to hold my life. The wicked things they do. But Jah made I brave, and I
The lion, man, the lion. Trevor Prescod, give him a round of applause, man. Trevor Prescod looking out for ordinary working class people that deserve to be in the House of Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, to prove that this party and this government is in the safe hands and safe keeping of the talent that we have in the Barbados Labour Party, I know that the hour is late, and I have already told you, if you want to go back to the dark days of the damn stars, up to you. By sticking, me and my family, we sticking with the Barbados Labour Party. We sticking with Minister Mottley and Marsha Caddle in St. Michael South Central. But I want to bring to you tonight the Minister of Tourism and International Transport. She is one of the bright sparks too in this Labour Party family. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry that she ain't on the ticket in some constituency. But we need to have her also as part of this team. Ladies and gentlemen, Lisa Cummings, Senator Lisa Cummings, our Minister of Tourism and International Transport.
Good night, St. Michael South Central.
to speak on this ballot, I was minding my business on another platform in the southern parts of the island, and I was asked to come down here in support of my sister, Marsha Caddle. And not only would I not hesitate for a minute to come to support this woman, but I could not miss the opportunity in Carrington Village to finally get the chance to tell you, as the Minister of Tourism, why I would want to see Marsha Caddle as opposed to the former representative who held the role of Minister of Tourism before this administration, why she is the candidate. I could not miss the opportunity to in Carrington Village to finally answer Richard Seeley and to say to Richard Seeley that you were no tourism god in this country. You were no outstanding representative for this constituency. You cannot hold a candle, even one that is in its dying wicker breath, to Marsha Caddle. You cannot stand up to this woman who has led the charge in the government of Barbados under the Mia Amour Mottley-led administration that has created the opportunities that have helped people in this constituency in ways that you may not even know. My colleagues have spoken about many of those things. I heard Ian talking about how roads were done under the Ministry of Transport with funds that Marsha made sure you got, and that trust loan funds were apportioned under the Ministry of Small Business so that Marsha and all of her work could be honored. You are many of the beneficiaries of the trust loan program. You are also the people who benefited from care packages, 85,000 of them, and those were funds that were managed under resources that Marsha had a hand in ensuring were made available to you. But I also want to take the opportunity to say a few things about ownership, as is the role of the Barbados Labour Party and where we see this administration going. Now, we have an election that says to you, we have a number of drivers of this economy. Marsha is central to all of this. The hour is late. If it was earlier in the night, I would talk to you about what some of those things are. But it can't happen tonight because we still have to make sure you get home for curfew. So here are the things that I want to say to you as to why you should make sure that on the 19th of January, when you go to the polls, that you mark your X next to Marsha Caddle. There are three things I want to focus on tonight. She shows up when she says she's going to. She is diligent and she delivers on the things that she has committed to. She does not use her words loosely. She speaks carefully and she forms every word because she's thought it through. That is not her opponent. Her opponent would have you to believe that he is the architect of all things tourism, but yet cannot put a coherent policy together in his own manifesto on where he wants to see tourism go. That would never be Marsha. Marsha also is that person who makes sure she connects what is happening at the national level to what is happening in her constituency. Marsha is also that person who's able to bridge the gap between Carrington Village and the areas surrounding you. She's able to speak to the princes and to the paupers. She's able to represent every single person in every single constituency, in every single income bracket. The wealthy and the poor, the working class, and those people who are creating opportunities to support you. She is able to come and say, my people in St. Michael South Central need this. And she does not practice fervor. If you need it, you can depend on Marsha to show up and make sure that she engages with you. She can't always do everything that you need, but she will show up and she will say, let me see what I can do. That's not her opponent. Her opponent doesn't even show up at all. Did you see her opponent in the last 3 years? I'm sure you did not, but you saw Marsha. And finally, the last thing I want to say before I leave this platform is this. The Democratic Labour Party administration in 2018 was what it was. We saw them for who they were. They have not changed. Richard Seeley may be being painted now as the person who has perhaps the least associated with him when compared to his colleagues. But I'm here to say to you, I was chairman of the port. I am presently the Minister of Tourism. I can say to you, he is no different than some of the others that we should see locked up today. He is no different. And the Prime Minister was not kidding. She was not playing around when she read from the Fulcrum report on the things that are currently being investigated in the Bridgetown port and elsewhere. She's not kidding. I can say to you, many of you work in places like the port and had opportunities to get jobs in the port. He would have you to believe that he was the architect of the Warm Port building that is now being occupied. But what would you say if I told you that when we came to office, that building, yes, there was already an arrangement in place, but that building arrangement, we had to cancel the arrangement because he took up your pension funds and matched it with private capital and was taking the Barbados Port out of a building which it owned and making it a tenant in another building owned by a private sector operator. That was the Richard Seeley that we came and found. So if he wants to take credit for that, he can. But what we can tell him is that we don't believe in people being tenants in their own land. And so we bought out the private sector interests that he created and left there to make sure that the port, the people of Barbados, would own their own building. So let us be clear. Do not let him come back in here on January 19th and give you anything to say that he is to be the next representative. On January 19th, it is Marsha Caddle all the way. It is Marsha Caddle all the way to Bay Street. It is Marsha Caddle all the way to the new administration led by Minister Mottley. Her office is right there on this main road, and we are taking her all the way back to stand up for you as the representative of St. Michael's South Central. Marsha Caddle, thank you and good night. Outstanding woman she is.
My sweet Barbados, we greater. Bring me a Mottley, we safer. Trevor put them lights, don't we go wait till later. When I hear my, right now she got vibes galore. We voting Mia and more. She's the best PM for we. Mia and the BLP. Who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party.
Ladies and gentlemen, all it remains for me to tell you is on January the 19th, to deliver Marsha Caddle back to the Parliament of Barbados. Mayor told you tonight we need Marsha Caddle in the Parliament of Barbados. Marsha Caddle is one of the outstanding leaders of this country. She is a woman that deserves all of your support. Be careful what you wish for. Do not go and vote for any opposition. Don't get yourself involved in any leadership race in George Street. The next thing you know, you're going to vote, and the next thing you know, Verla is the Prime Minister and Laker Williams is the Deputy Prime Minister. And something happened in Barbados, you don't vote for Barbados, you're going and vote for Marsha Caddle and everyone that is a part of Mayor Mottley's team, because Barbados needs to be in secure hands. We have already fixed the ills, the things that ail Barbados, and we want to continue this program. There are a number of programs that we didn't have a chance to speak about tonight. Owning our future, intergenerational wealth, what we need to do to see Barbados move to the next level. I encourage you to do a couple of things. Read the manifesto and get a sense of where Mia and her team wants to take Barbados. We're still living in a COVID environment, so I ask you please wear your mask, sanitize, observe the protocols, keep your distance, remain in your bubbles, and go out early on election day on the 19th of January. The Dems could go on the 20th. Let them go on the 20th. The Dems already telling St. Lucy they're going on the 20th. Let them go. But if you are from the Barbados Labour Party, go on the 19th and send Marsha Caddle back to Parliament as the duly elected representative of St. Michael South Central. Marsha deserves to be in Parliament. She's looked after your needs. She's never left you. She's been here for only 3.5 years. Richard was here for 15, and he did not do in 15 what Marsha has done in 3.5. She's always been here for you and accessible, and her team has always been here with us. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Get home safely. God bless you all, and God bless Barbados.
Mia and the BLP, who best to lead this country? Vote Mia and Team BLP. Barbados Labour Party is the only choice for we on call.